Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to another day of streaming Torchlight 3, and today I will be farming on the Railmaster I've been leveling in the past few days. So now that it's max level, now that it's level 60, the bot drinker Drain Train Railmaster can go on to farming mode. We'll be farming fame for those legendary gear bundles. Until they patch out the legendary gear bundles, and then we would move on to farming items directly. For now, gear bundles, the legendary gear bundles, is the only source from the Fazir set, which is supposed to drop only in the Fazir but doesn't. So for now, legendary gear bundles is our goal, which means fame is our goal, which means unique infamous maps, or just uniques, or just infamous maps is what we will be doing most of the time today. I will quickly just go... accidentally teleported. My bad. Accidentally teleported. But yeah, we're moving on to Ridiculous because we want that fame. And that drops the extra fame from Ridiculous. It will be needed for those gear bundles. And yeah, let's see how it goes. Accidentally teleported here. I wanted to go to my fort. Let's see. I need to get rid of some items. Some of the items that are in my inventory I need to put into the stash or somewhere else. I'm probably gonna throw away some low level items yet again to make room. So let's see, what items do I wanna throw away?
Your pet has arrived.
Let's start with probably gonna start throwing away this one. I'm definitely gonna throw away this one, and also gonna throw away this one. Let's throw away one of those two. I'm gonna throw away this one. I'm just making room. We gotta make some room for some stuff. Also throw away this one. Okay, that's room for 4 things. 4 things should be good enough to put some stuff here, like this phantom buffer and this phantom buffer, and this one and this one, and maybe this one. I'm gonna make some more room on this side of things. Okay, this level 6 item, I've been saving it for a long time. I don't think I'm gonna need it ever. I don't think I'm gonna need this one either. And I'm not gonna need this one either. So that should have emptied up some room for putting things like those. See, this one I'm gonna keep, and this one I'm gonna keep. This one I'm gonna put there, and I think we are probably ready to move. Maybe I can make some room for one more item in the storage, just so I can have more room for farming stuff. So let's say I get rid of this one and put those pens. And we're good to go now. Alright, let's go farm. My Fazir hasn't been pushed much. It's 16, 17, So let's see if there's anything that catches my eye. I'm gonna do this infamous map because there is no unique, so dividing infamous is not a bad choice. Dividing infamous should give us a decent amount of fame. I'm gonna check my contract levels right now and see how many I get total from this map. So my contract levels right now are at 8. I don't expect this map to give me more than 7-8 levels of contracts. Now let's see how the damage is on ridiculous of the build. The damage is not so bad. I thought it would be much worse. Okay. But my defense probably is not up to the task. Okay, so it's not that bad. I mean, I obviously have good weapon. But yeah, I'm gonna need to work on the survivability a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna kill that group of enemies and quickly stop for a moment to pull my monitor closer to me so I can read better the text. Okay. This should be close enough. There we go. Okay. Now I'm good to go. Yeah, I'm liking the damage. For ridiculous, the damage is fine. I mean, it's not great, but it's fine. For a build with this much survivability, this much damage, seems like a good trade-off. I wanna see how much damage I do to champions as well. And to elites, to all sorts of champions. Elites, legendaries, uniques, and then to the bosses at the end of the map. Because the weapon is pretty decent that I'm using, so the damage should be at least 150 to 100k is what I'm trying to achieve as my highest damage number on ridiculous. Right now I'm far from it, but I think if I stack damage debuffs, I mean if I stack the vulnerability and the swob debuffs, I should be able to do a decent amount of damage with the flamethrower car, and that's without stacking enough damage with flamethrower car. See those 87k I'm doing? That's not bad for without debuffs. Knowing I can get 95% more damage. It means 150k should be achievable. 200k maybe not on trash mobs. Of course, not on bosses. I can achieve 200k though. I can achieve 200k on bosses, not on bosses, on trash mobs, if I get more flamethrower card damage items equipped. But for now, I'm gonna wait for certain things to drop. Nerd Gamer, welcome back by the way, neighbor, how are you? As you can see, the drain train is going pretty decently. So this is ridiculous now. Today I'm doing ridiculous. So if things are seeming a little bit slower than yesterday, that's why. But we're farming fame, so it's better to be on this difficulty for fame farming. I'm so happy that yesterday I managed to hit level 60. So today I wouldn't be leveling and just focus on the farming.
Cast that here.
Okay. So now today I'm gonna try and get a good one-handed sword if I'm lucky. And maybe some of the new set pieces. Yeah, the Drain Train seems pretty fun.
Cast that spell here. Cast that here. Can't cast that spell.
Let's go this way first. And I'm good as well. My PC case arrived today. I'm still gonna have to wait until the middle of the month to get my other PC parts, because that's when YouTube is gonna transfer my money from last month. But I'm patient, I can wait. I can wait before I can get my other PC parts. For now the PC case will stay in its packaging. I just unpackaged it today just to check if everything's okay, but then I put it back in the box. But yeah, it looks like a pretty decent one. It's bigger than I expected, which is nice. There's plenty of room for everything.
That spell can't be cast.
So today hopefully the RNG is with us and we get some good stuff for this build. Some good upgrades. For now the gear is pretty decent. I think if I were to make a build video now, it's not gonna be bad. I've got most of the stuff I want, but I'd much rather try and get at least a sword, good one-handed sword as a weapon. Because that's the only thing I'm really worried about. Otherwise I would have made a build video if I had the sword, but I can't proc Blades of Cutting with the mace. And it just doesn't look like a complete build without a good one-handed sword. So that's gonna be my priority maybe when gambling for now. I'm not sure I should be even killing enemies in this map if there's no champions. I think maybe if it's a case like this one when there's no champions, I can just move on to the next pack of enemies. Maybe the best way to optimize your fame farming is to skip trash mobs and only kill packs with champs. If you wanna farm fame as quickly as possible for gear bundles. How's my contracts? Contract level 15 and I started with 8. So this map would give me 7 or 8 contract levels, which is not bad. It's kind of exactly as much as I expected from just an infamous map with dividing. Yeah, the damage definitely isn't as good as Bane Train, but I do have a ton of sources of healing, so seems decent. Let's quickly have a look at the items. I wanna know what I'm working with. I kind of forgot what gear I had equipped. So this is 60. I think everything is 60. Flamethrower card damage, only one thing gives me flamethrower card damage, and I can get 2 more things to give me flamethrower card damage. So there is room to grow. This one seems fine. I don't think I'm gonna be replacing this anytime soon. Ideally, I would get a very strong pair of cosmic gauntlets to replace this. Defense-wise, I think there's not much that can improve. Maybe this one instead of evasion could give me defense of a certain element. Anything with fame? Oh, uniques. Uniques. But it's Act 3. This would most likely be that shitty map. I think it's gonna be the shitty map, and I don't want to do the shitty map. So just do this one. Any of those should do the trick. I'm gonna say this one. I'm avoiding doing the map that's the layout before Astro Gate. This layout of map I'm avoiding to do, especially with zombies and spiders. Because it's a layout with the least amount of spawners. And even though they remedied those quests, there's still a chance for a quest to not complete if I get unlucky. I love how those big guys burst into purple nethering butt. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I really wish I could get a sword. Come on. Come on, game. I know you wanna drop me that blue sword. Come on. No, I accidentally activated this. Well, let's try and find something to damage with it. But I'm not sure if this Dance of Death is supposed to shrink in size. I think it's suffering from the same thing that Cloak of Flames has, where the radius kind of shrinks. It starts with a big radius and then shrinks to a smaller one. I think that's not intended. If it is intended, that's interesting mechanic.
Can't cast that.
Come on, come on. Kill them quickly. Come on, train. Yeah, it's definitely a fun train build. This actually seems a bit more fun to play than the Bane train. The Bane train is more lazy mode. With this one, as a result of you doing less damage, you need to try and use your relic skills more often to make up for the whack of damage from the train. And it's just slightly different playstyle, slightly different. Still the same playstyle, but there are differences. Gwaint is back. Welcome back, Gwaint. Welcome back to you.
Can't cast out here. Can't cast that spell here.
The flamethrower car is still my main source of DPS. Even though Drain really does add a decent amount of it. See, I don't have the same burst potential as the Miasmic Train. If I had Dance of Death ready, maybe I could have had a little bit of extra burst potential and kill this enemy much quicker, but yeah, it wasn't ready. A little bit of Bloodrinker sustain and blasting charge, yes, but that's how it is. I mean, where else am I gonna get extra damage from? I mean, I could get shotgun car, but that's gonna be your typical shotgun car, flamethrower car, and that's gonna mean I have to sacrifice stuff. I can get damage from blades for cutting, but right now I can't because I don't have a sword, and that's a bit boring. And we're getting rupture and bloodletter, so hopefully I get a decent sword. I mean, I'm fine with getting a sword with 1 flat damage and 1 chance to bleed. If I get a sword with 1 flat damage and 1 chance to bleed, yeah, I'm not gonna get 8.4, 8.5 thousand damage. I'm probably gonna be more like 7.4, 7.5 thousand damage. But I can have a lot of bleed and then I can try and get some rupture. But yeah, balancing really seems off in certain... it's mostly about the relics. The relics is where the balancing is evidently off. I mean, Flaming Destroyer and Electrode are obviously super strong for damage. And I'm not expecting Blood Drinker to be just as strong as Flaming Destroyer or Electrode, because Blood Drinker gives you a lot of healing that the other relics can't give you. But I'm expecting the damage skills to do damage. Yeah, this one is healing, so this one is fine. The damage of Drain is okay, because it heals you, so it makes sense for it to have lower damage. But this one doesn't heal, so this one is supposed to do a good damage. I want this one to be just as strong as Summoning Smash and Electrode's 1000 volt burst. And this one doesn't seem as strong as the other procs, maybe. I need to check it out, I need to play more with it. And yeah, I'm hoping the bug fixes to Snowstorm come very soon, because my next hero is gonna be Snowstorm. Maybe a Dusk Mage, maybe something else. Maybe I can make another melee forged with the Vortex Bomb and stuff. Haseo says, hi man, just wondering if we can change the difficulty of the game later, like started the game with normal, then change to ridiculous. Yeah, you can change at any time. You can go to the character selection and change your difficulty. Keep in mind, the one thing that's not changing is this shield here. See, I started on normal, and you can see the normal shield next to my name. And if you walk in the same map as me, you're gonna see my name, and next to it you're gonna see the normal shield. But I'm playing on ridiculous right now. So at any time you want to, you can go to character selection and change the difficulty from there. You're saying that 1000 volt burst has a wrong damage number with 550%. What do you mean wrong? 550%? I think it's definitely the tier 3 bonus in 1000 volt burst that's strong. 1000 volt burst without the tier 3 bonus is not really strong. So yeah, maybe it needs a little bit of a nerf, but again, I'd much rather see Dance of Death and Arachnid Assault and Cold Front become just as strong as 1000 volt burst and Summoning Smash, instead of nerfing 1000 volt burst. Oh, it's written 55%? Oh, that makes sense then. That makes sense. If it's written 55%, it makes sense. Because it does seem like it does 550%. That's what it does. You're playing Melee Forged right now, seems bugged too. How bugged does Melee Forged seem? Like, what is bugged on it? Other than Vortex Bomb not giving you double physical armor. What else does seem bugged? Let's collect some contract bags, by the way, before the next map. Might have to go and gamble after this map, because I'm getting close to the gold cap. Token of rapid bartering yet again. And Hasio, you're welcome, Hasio. Enjoy switching difficulties. It's definitely nice. Switching to ridiculous later on when you wanna farm stuff. Let's collect some more. I've got 6 more to collect.
Your pet has returned.
Let's see how many gear bundles I'm gonna collect. See, if instead of fear, this one had Swow, It would have been better than my current shield. I could save it for some other heroes. Other heroes that don't need the swow could use this shield. Alright, let's do the next map. Hopefully it's something worth doing.
You say that now. Your pet has arrived. You must.
So 25% more damage to burning enemies doesn't work. And at least not with burning on weapons. Okay. And the Cyclone mode counts as a mobility ability, which means to the Fazir's map affix that negates mobility abilities. Okay. That's terrible. That's terrible. Well, Cyclone mode used to give us 25% movement speed. That's how it used to work long ago. When you level up Cyclone mode to level 12, level 12 was the limit back then, you would get 25% movement speed, passive, regardless whether you use the skill or not. You would constantly get that 25% movement skill, movement speed. So maybe there's some leftover, some leftover remnant that counts this as a movement skill when it isn't. And yeah, about the hand cannon, I did mention that to him in chat. I did mention that to him about the hand cannon with +% to crit. It's an overpowered thing. It's definitely an overpowered thing, and it's just one item. But people would try to use it and abuse it if it exists. So it's good to get that fixed. I did bring it to his attention in the last Mayhem Monday we had. Yesterday it probably was War and More, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't checked what we had yesterday, whether it was War and More or a Mayhem Monday, or neither. Let me check the announcements. Well, I don't see anything about announcements. Let's check the Mayhem chat. Oh, Mayhem was there, okay. Or maybe not. I just saw some chat. Oh, okay, so yesterday we had some Mayhem Monday convos. I didn't know, so I missed it. I thought it was gonna be War and More. I guess it was Mayhem Monday last night. I'm gonna check later what they talked about. I guess there's overskilling past level 10. I didn't know this exists. I was wondering what people were talking about when they were telling me level 20 overskilling, etc. And Hasio, you cannot socket an item unless it has a socket already. You cannot make sockets. But items after level 46, so level 46, 47, etc. items can drop with sockets, and those sockets you can go to the enchanting altar and you can just fill them with whatever you want, like this one for example. I can just show you. We can put this here, boom, we got defense. If you don't want it, you can disenchant, pay 500 gold and put something else. I'm gonna go quickly to the town to try and gamble for some swords. So overskilling past level 10. I didn't even know this exists, but I'm not gonna try it. I'm not gonna try it. All the way to level 20. I'm assuming people can just keep spending points on the skill. Maybe something like that. I'm not sure how it works. But someone did mention overskilling. Come on, give me that good one-handed sword. Okay, let's try again. I would love to get a chance to bleed weapon. Chance to bleed sword with flat damage. Or without the chance to bleed with just flat damages. It's not gonna be a bad one.
I'll be waiting.
Let's go do some more Fazir. And yeah, Gwent, people are saying that you can overskill up to 20. I saw Ethos or Ethos, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. He wrote in chat last night, it was brought to my attention that overskilling past 10 to max cap of 20 is not supposed to be in the game, nor was it planned. Is this true? That's his question. I haven't heard what they replied. Okay. So let's do some more fame farming. Well, they're saying that you can get up to level 20. Level 20 is how far you can get. I mean, I've got some respectacles and I can try it myself. I've got 34 respectacles, and it is higher damage numbers. It is definitely higher damage numbers, but that's more than enough. I mean, that's gonna make something like flamethrower car level 20 super overpowered. Just look at that. Let's try and remove some points from something. Let's just remove points from, let's say, this. Now it's supposed to be level 12. Let me check if the damage will go lower. This is plus 45 damage. If I were to remove those 2 points. Oh, it still says plus 45 damage, so how do people overskill? I don't know how they overskill, but I'm not gonna even bother trying to figure out how. 630% weapon damage. And if I make it higher, it's still 630% weapon damage. Yeah, I don't think... It writes the level 10 number. See, now it's not. Now it's giving me the level 9 number. And now it's giving me the level 10, which is supposed to give me, I mean. Okay, well that's good to know. I'm gonna return the build to the way it was. Enough respectacles wasted. Let's find another map with fame and things like that. Oh, Plague Bearer. I'm not a fan of Plague Bearer maps. Angered Ancestors, no thank you. I'm gonna use it on the dummy later and test it. For now, I don't care. I don't wanna abuse it. Even if there is overskilling, I'll not use overskilling myself. But yeah, with certain items with +2 a certain skill, you can get +3 from the helmet. You can get +3 on the same skill from the weapon. And that's 6 extra points, and you can get +2 points from the set. That's 8 points, and if you can get another few points later on. But is overskilling supposed to be there? Like, is it an intended thing or is it a bug? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, it's intended. Okay. Well, yeah, you needing the extra skill points from the item makes sense. I mean, in most games, if you wanna overskill a certain item past its limit, you need points from items. That's how many games handle that. So with just the set, you can get it to level 12. And if you get a helmet with plus on the points, it can get even higher to like 15. If you get the weapon, boom, goes even higher. I still don't think 20 is the right way to handle this as an overskill cap. Maybe 15 would have been a good cap for overskilling. 15 would be perfect because you can get 5 extra levels, 3 from the helmet, 2 from the set. And that's it. And you max out the skill to 10 and you're good to go. You don't have to get extra levels from your weapon and sacrifice some damage from that one. Come on, come on. Come on. I need more enemies. Come on. Where are they? Might as well just push this map and only stop for champions. They aren't spawning any champions. Pretty strange map. Normally by now it should have spawned at least 4 champion groups. And I'm on ridiculous. What's happening? Where did all the champion packs go? This doesn't seem like ridiculous to me if it's not spawning as many champions. Look at that, not a single one inside. I'm not sure what's happening. Did the map get bugged and stop spawning champions, or... Oh, there we go, champions here. That was like, what, 3 champion packs in the whole map. Hello Thomas Prime, welcome back Thomas Prime. Come on. Still no one-handed sword dropping. A good one, I mean.
You say that now. But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back?
Anything worth farming? Oh, uniques. So uniques gear Wookie, but it's Act 3. So it doesn't seem like a very good choice. Or the Nimbo Infamous with goblins, and it's Act 1 map. Let's see the other choices quickly. I'm trying to get Infamous uniques. But that's not gonna happen. Well, I can probably do... I don't want to do this Act 3 map, it's not gonna have good density, so let's do the Infamous Goblin map. I'm focusing on farming fame, not items. Because I want to get those Ancient Ember items from the legendary bundles. And most likely there will be a patch later today or tomorrow. Like a hotfix, not a patch, but a hotfix. And most likely those gear bundles will no longer be available after today. So I might as well try and use the time we've got until the hotfix to farm some gear bundles before they go away again. What do you mean, is the dummy bugged or the car? Make sure the car is not pointed at the dummy. Point your trigger. So if this is the dummy and you wanna attack it, make sure the car is not, the cursor is not pointing at the dummy, but the cursor is pointing behind the dummy. That way, it's a bug with the dummy. It's not the car, it's the dummy. So just make sure you're not hovering your cursor over it, but behind it, and then you're gonna see the damage. And hey Marwan, welcome back. I'm not gonna set up the new PC case for the next 2 weeks. I'm waiting for Google to pay me for last month for YouTube profit. And this is gonna happen around the 14th or the 15th of November. The PC case is here though, the PC case is here. I just unboxed it, checked if everything's there, if nothing's broken, and then put it back inside the box to wait until I get my other parts, my water cooling and the other thing, the RAM sticks. I mean, the RAM sticks I can put at any time later, but I want my water cooling to be here when I call my friend to come and help me with putting everything from one box to the other, from one case to the other. I'm not impatient. I can wait 2 more weeks before YouTube pays me for last month. By the way, who wants to see some Godfall content? I'm planning on making some Godfall content in the next couple of days, bit by bit. All sorts of things. I'm gonna collect some information from the official Godfall videos we've got, and upload my videos talking about skills, talking about build diversity, items, and all of that. So I'm gonna do some research tonight. Download some official videos from YouTube to have some footage in the background, and we can talk about those. I'm trying to prepare before the Godfall launch to have some content out there for people who are planning on start the game or who are wondering whether they should even start the game. Maybe to help them decide before the game launches if it's a game worth their time. So tomorrow expect me to maybe do some editing and maybe be late with the stream. If I get a sword, if I get a good sword today, I will probably do some editing tomorrow for this build. But until I get a good sword, I'm not gonna make this as a build video, because I think this really needs it needs a one-handed sword with flat damage and bleeding, or flat damage and flat damage. Your GPU is gonna cry. My GPU is also old. What's your GPU? Did you say it was 900 something? You mean first generation Ryzen? That's the CPU you mean. Did you mean GPU or CPU? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, I see it. Godfall recommended system requirements. Windows 10, so CPU AMD Ryzen 3600. 3600 recommended. Okay. Where is the minimum? Wait, 16 gigabyte GPU? What the hell? Why would they want a 16 gigabyte GPU recommended? Are those recommended settings for 1080p or is it for 4K? What are they smoking? 16 gigabyte GPU recommended for the game. Boy. Or is that RAM? Wait, the way you wrote it, RAM 16 gigabytes. So I'm assuming there's supposed to be a space bar between 16 gigabytes and GPU. Is there a minimum requirements, by the way? Yours is 1660 Super, mine is 1060. So your GPU is gonna be better, much better than mine, so you shouldn't have problem running it. I mean, I'm gonna have to run it on WoW. I'm gonna have to run it on WoW myself. So that's the minimum. Alright, the minimum should be definitely something I can cover. I've got the video card as the minimum. which is nice. I've got 16 gigs of RAM, which is nice. And my CPU is definitely better than the minimum. And a little bit better than the recommended, so I should be fine on minimum and medium settings. Some things I'm gonna keep at medium. I'm probably gonna disable shadows and particles and ambient occlusions and glows, all those things. I just care about the gameplay, the graphics, even if they don't look crisp and I have to play it on WoW. What's more important to me is the gameplay in a game. I'm eventually gonna upgrade my GPU for sure, but that's probably gonna be at the end of this year or maybe next year. First it depends on availability, second it depends on prices, and it depends how well my channel does in the next couple of months. Cause yeah, if there's money from YouTube revenue, I can get a new GPU quicker. But Godfall, I'm gonna run it on WoW. I can run it on WoW and that's fine. And medium, some settings. As long as I can get 60 FPS, that's all I care about. My monitor doesn't have more than 60 FPS anyways, so anything above 60 FPS is overkill for my monitor. Or maybe it has 75. I'm not sure what refresh rate I've got, but I think it's either 75 or 60. But yeah, I realized that there should have been some spaces in between the in between the GPU and GB. I realized I read it wrong. So yeah, because it seemed unreasonable. I mean, 16GB GPUs, this seemed super unreasonable as recommended. Yeah, it still asks for an 11GB GPU, so it's still kind of, I don't know. I don't know why it's asking so much. Is that recommended for 1080p, or is that for 1440p, or is that for 4K? They need to be a little bit clear regarding what recommended stands for. For what resolution they're asking this. (1080p) normal specs. Well, that's another thing I might want to talk in some of my Godfall content, the minimum requirements. I think I'm gonna start making a list soon. Let's actually write this down so I don't forget. People might want to know those in my video, if they can run it. Next gen game, but yeah, when I look at the videos online, the content videos, it doesn't look that much different than the other games to me. It doesn't look as if it's offering something super special. We'll see though. I mean, maybe the footage I've seen just doesn't look special. You're too scared to mess up on livestream? It doesn't matter. I don't think the game's gonna have this high stakes. We mess up, fine, we restart the map and we do it. We'll see. We can play together. I'm probably gonna play with my buddies if they install the game. And if I do play with them, they will be on Discord with me. But not on my Discord server. We have a private Discord server between us. And normally they talk in my language, so you're not hearing them on stream. and you're only hearing me and my replies to them. I used to play Borderlands that way. We'll see, or maybe I can just stay in the party without playing on, without being in Discord with them. But first, I need to see if they're even gonna buy the game. They still haven't confirmed whether they're buying the game or not.
Can't cast that here. You can't use that skill. You can't use that skill.
My train is invisible again. My train is a ghost. That's the real ghost train. The OG ghost train. You can't see it. You can't even see its damage. This is how much of a ghost it is.
Can't cast that here.
What about 6 gigabytes? I think I might have missed something in the chat. Thomas said something about why still 6 gigabyte. You should add now for Godfall. What? What? Oh, that was not the RAM. That was not the RAM. It was the GPU RAM. I'm using a 6 gigabyte GPU as well. But yeah, I've kind of decided saving for some of the new AMD video cards. If I can get myself the best AMD video card that they announced by December or January, I will be set playing and streaming those games on good graphics settings. That's my goal. I was planning on getting 3070, but instead of going for 1370, I'm just gonna go for saving up more and getting that best AMD GPU. It's twice the price of 3070, but I think it's gonna be worth it, because it's gonna last me for a few years, and it's gonna improve my rendering greatly when making content. Because eventually, maybe later, I might consider getting a second monitor and a second desk. For now, that's a long way from now. For now, I'm fine playing on this monitor the way it is. But eventually, later, I might get a better monitor for gaming and keep this one as stream overlays and chat and stuff like that. And for content creation. So yeah, that new I forgot the name of that new GPU, the XT or whatever it is, 6800 XT or whatever they called it. That best AMD one. That's the one I'm probably gonna start saving up for. For twice the price of the 3070, you get something that's almost as good as the 3090. In fact, it even beats the 3090 if you have the latest gen CPUs of AMD in some categories with rage mode on and infinite memory or whatever it's called. And yeah, for 66% the price of 3090, AMD's best card seems like such a good bargain. Those cards would sell out like hot bread. Expect those cards to sell out in minutes after they launch. There we go. 3070 is $500. That's the real price, not the overpriced price for people buying it and reselling it. The actual real price of a 3070 is supposed to be $500 or 500 euro, maybe for the European region. 700 seems like too big of a price. I mean, in my country, I expect to have to pay 600 euro or 550 euro for the $500 card because of delivery fees and stuff, and it being far away from the US and other places. So for the $999 AMD card, I expect them to sell it for the equivalent of 1,200. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna be in a rush. First of all, I'm not gonna have the money on launch day in any way. So even if I don't have it by the end of the year, eventually I will collect the money. I think it would be a very good investment from a content creator point of view. From a content creator's perspective, when it comes to rendering and editing my videos in Adobe Premiere and After Effects, and for the games that are coming out at the end of this year and next year as well. If I want to run them and stream them at good settings, I would need those upgrades. And I'd rather buy something more expensive and wait and save up more, instead of buy the cheaper one and feel like I need to upgrade 2-3 years later again. I'm not sure how the generational leaps would be in the next 4 or 5 years. But yeah, I think if I get the best AMD card, I probably should be safe for at least 4 years or so without needing an upgrade. If I get a flagship card. Because I've always been going for the 60 series, for the mid-range things. I got like a mid-range CPU from the previous generation of AMD. I've got when I bought my PC, I got a mid-range card or low-end card, because there was no 1070 back then when I got mine. But yeah, I think as a content creator, flagship stuff is worth the extra investment. Come on, come on, come on. Marwan says his entire PC is like 600 bucks. And yeah, Thomas Prime, I'm actually considering 1440. I mean, not 1440, 144 Hz. I'm considering 144 Hz monitors, but that's far away from now. It's not that important. My current monitor gets the job done. It's ultra wide and it really helps me when editing. In the editing software, I really like the extra ultra wide resolution. It helps me fit more things on my screen. It helps me have a wider timeline, and wider timeline really helps me a lot. Less scrolling, less time wasted on scrolling. And I can fit more things on the screen with that ultra wide. So for content creation, oh, this is interesting for basic attack builds. This might actually be very OP when they fix the basic attack stuff. For basic attack builds, I think this would be a very strong sword once they make this 68% actually work. So I'm gonna keep this sword. It seems like a keeper to me. I need to check something. So this is now 165% weapon damage. If I were to equip a different sword, this is 100... Wait. Oh yeah, it's 165% weapon damage because it doesn't work, the skill. And this from 165% weapon damage is probably going to go to 240 or 200 and whatever. Let me try and calculate it. I think the base is 110%, right? On a sword, or is it 90%? Does anyone know the base damage of a sword basic attack without this bonus damage here? Without this 50%? I think it's 110% the base weapon damage of a sword. So let's try and calculate how much 68% will be. 110%. I think this is gonna give me this affix here. Where did it go? I think this affix here, the 68% bonus damage to basic attack, will give me on a sword like 74% weapon damage. Or somewhere around there. Roughly. I don't know the exact number, but it's gonna be somewhere around there. 74% weapon damage extra. Maybe a little bit less. Because right now, if this extra 50% makes it to 265, I think it starts from 110% and then goes to 165 with the 50%. Metzmax, of course I won't mind showing you my skills. So I've only gone for build train level 4. Or it's actually level 6 with the plus 2 skill level. So build train tier 2, flamethrower car tier 3. And then I decided to go for blasting charge tier 2, lantern flash tier 2. Although you can go for tier 1 blasting charge if you want and save yourself some extra 3 points. Then hammer spin tier 3. This one I'm using without putting points into it, because the game allows us to, since the last update. Here I've maxed out Dance of Death, I've maxed out Drain, I've maxed out Blades for Cutting. 1 point Living Barrier for the healing and damage reduction. It's fair enough. And I've put points into Bloodletter and Rupture, but those 10 points are optional. If you don't want Rupture and Bloodletter, you can get cooldown reduction, tier 2. You can get tier 2 Ghost Train for attack speed, for the flamethrower car. Or you can even get this when it's fixed, Shocking Rounds basic attack damage, tier 2. That would also work. In fact, most likely it would be best to go for... if you want to remove those 3 points and lose that damage reduction, and then remove those 10 points, that gives you 13 points. You can put 4 points here, 4 points here, 4 points here. That's 12 points. And you have 1 point spare. 1 point spare that you can probably... actually, it's 2 points spare because I've put point into Bloody Chalice. And that was my leftover point. So that's gonna give you 2 extra points spare into Bloody Chalice that you can put. And those 2 points you can either put in Bloody Chalice, or you can put them in Bloodletter, you can put them in Rupture, you can put them anywhere you want. If you don't want Living Barrier, you can try and get Bloodseekers. and put some levels there, and maybe get level 3 Bloodseekers. Those 2 points you can also put for Living Barrier tier 1, but I don't like the knockback. There's a lot of flexibility of how this build. The build video is probably not gonna come tomorrow unless I get some good items. By good items I mean a good one-handed sword socketed with flat damage and bleeding, or flat damage and more flat damage. It's not as strong as the Miasmic Train. If you want something strong, Miasmic Train is better. But this gives you a lot of healing, and it could be great for the whole team if you add Bloodseekers to the mix for healing. This one is more of a self-heal build rather than a party heal build. And since right now basic attack builds are kind of gimped, this is not gonna do as much damage as it needs to. Also, I don't have flamethrower card damage on the shoulders and on the boots and the legs. The pants and the shoulders can give me, just like those pants, flamethrower card damage. I've got flamethrower card damage on my chest. So if this one instead of hammer spin damage gives flamethrower card damage, and this one instead of gold walkie gives me flamethrower card damage, flamethrower card damage will go pretty high. And that's gonna be the way I would ideally want this. But yeah, if you put 1 point into shield car, it might be a little bit of an overkill. You might have to remove something. You might have to remove a living barrier. And that's also fine. That is actually also fine. You don't even have to put point into a shield car. You can use it without putting a point into it. And that's 50% damage reduction every 8 seconds instead of 50% damage reduction every 20 seconds. And shield car has a 30-second cooldown actually. Yeah, it's 8-second damage reduction every 30 seconds versus 3 seconds damage reduction every 20 seconds, including healing. This heals you for 20 HP per second, 20% HP per second, so a total of 60% HP healed. If you don't want the healing, shield car might be the better option, because you get a passive 10% damage reduction all the time. And that passive 10% damage reduction, combined with melee attacks and tier 2 busting charge, this puts you at 80% constant damage reduction, excluding hammer spin, tier 3 and other things, and the active of shield car. So that's another thing you can consider, the shield car thing. You don't even have to put a point in it. You can use it without putting a point, the same way it's for me right now. And if you want super overkill, you can use both living barrier and shield car, and maybe remove busting charge and sacrifice that extra 30% damage and that you can do with it, and go even full on defensive mode, super tank mode. Although the super tank mode would also include Bloodseekers maybe. And yeah, the damage reduction from passing through it is pretty nice. And that's why one tapping is nice. But keep in mind, you can get on the helmet, you can get another +2, +1, +3 points to shield car. See, in this helmet, if instead of poison defense or instead of endurance regen per second, it gave me +1, +2, +3 points to shield car, or to any other thing, I could have saved some skill points. But yeah, the way you're thinking is definitely nice. But yeah, with Godfall coming, I'm assuming many people would be playing that game. I'm assuming Warframe players, Borderlands players, Diablo, Path of Exile players, all sorts of people would wanna try Godfall. And it's completely understandable for people to want to try Godfall. In fact, as I said, I'm gonna start making some Godfall content for people who are on my channel, for my subscribers and other people who stumble upon my channel. To provide them with some information. I'm gonna try and collect all sorts of information from developer videos and interviews and all sorts of that, and just make some content about the itemization, the build diversity and skill systems and things like that. I'm gonna do a ton of research tonight after my stream. I'm gonna download a lot of videos from YouTube and use those as backdrops while talking about things. I'm gonna download some screenshots. Just wanna prepare before the game launches to have some information for all of you ready and collected. Metzmax, Godfall is a game coming to the Epic Store that's developed by I don't know the name of the studio, but the publisher is Gearbox. So the developers of Borderlands are publishers of Godfall. It's a next-gen game. It's a little bit demanding, and you might want to look it up because it's very good. It's very good, and you might want to look it up. At least from what we've seen. I haven't played it, so I can't tell you for sure whether it really is good, but it does look good. It looks promising, and it looks like it can offer a ton of fun for the whole party. Okay, I'm looking for some... Oh, Unique Infamous. Yes. Yes, please. Unique Infamous. And Rabito, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. Appreciate the follow. Also, I forgot to thank someone who followed me last night right after my stream ended. HSackCash. HSackCash, if you end up watching, thanks for following me last night after my stream ended. Welcome to the Struck Club to you too. But yeah, Metzmax, you might want to look into Godfall. I mean, I will make some videos. Maybe tomorrow I can make the first video. Although, if I get the sword today, if I get this one-handed sword with flat damage and bleeding, or flat damage and flat damage in the middle and a socket, I will make the build video for this first, and then the next day maybe a Godfall video. Although I'd rather give this build one more extra day of farming. So today I can farm and maybe tomorrow I can make that Godfall video and then do a little bit of farming in the afternoon and evening. And then make the build video the day after tomorrow for this guy, for the Drain Train. Made me go back. It made me go back. I really wish I had that sword though. And Lely Luleli, interesting name. I hope I didn't mispronounce it. But Lely Luleli, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club to you as well. Enjoy your stay and it is appreciated. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make multiple videos. I'm gonna probably make multiple videos for Godfall. Probably one for the skills, one for the itemization, and maybe one more for other things. I'm gonna look into all sorts of things. And when the game launches, I will make big videos like extended in-depth beginner guide like I normally do, and my review with my impressions and things like that. But those things need to wait until the game has launched. But the small videos regarding all sorts of things that they've announced, I will be making bit by bit. Maybe tomorrow, if I have enough time, I can make 2 videos about Godfall. I really want to make one about every type of information I can grab from the internet about the skills and build diversity, and then one about the itemization. So far, from what I've seen, we have 125 skills, 125 passive skills, and the level cap seems to be level 50. And every Valor plate, which is like your Warframe kind of thing in Warframe. So every Valor plate, every class, maybe you can call it, you select, maybe has different skills. So if you have 1 point every level for those 50 levels, and there's 125 passives on every Valor plate, there's gonna be a nice amount of build diversity regarding where do I put those 50 points, if there's 125 things to put them in. So I like this. Alright, there we go. I really hope it's not overwhelming as well. But yeah, that's a nice amount of build diversity, because there's many different Valor plates, and each Valor plate having that many skills to invest in, and yeah, that's gonna make for some tough choices. Where do I put the skills? Do I go for more crits? Do I go for more damage? Do I go for lifesteal? Do I go for survivability? Is there gonna be damage reflected builds? If there are, I can't wait to see what those would end up being like. Do I go for single target or AoE? I wonder if there's builds that go in this direction. I like games with build diversity, because I like making builds and uploading those builds on YouTube. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. I have fun making the builds, and my audience loves watching those builds and testing them. And the theory crafting really is fun in some Wooter games. That's an interesting rail hammer with chance to slow, but it's missing a socket. Let's see. No. Wait. Okay. This is interesting as well. Thomas Pram says, I'll go for broken builds. Well, broken builds will be there. There's always broken builds. And Rabitu says, on this game, is it some specific quest for wood? No, as Max said, you can get legendary items from every single NPC. Every single enemy in the game can give you legendary drops. Even this thing can give you a legendary drop if you're lucky. By breaking some sort of barrel or opening some sort of chest, you can still get a legendary. Sometimes you can even get 2 legendaries from the same NPC. It's rare, but it happens sometimes. Champions have higher chance of giving you good wood, and bosses, I think, have even higher chance. So of course the trash mobs lower chance of dropping good stuff. But yeah, whenever an item drops, the dice rolls what rarity that item will be. So gearwork, to new players watching right now, gearwork doesn't mean better items, it means more items. And more items indirectly translates into more better items every now and then. So if you have 100 items and then you have 50% gearwork, that will end up being 150 total items to drop during this map. And those extra 50 items that drop during that map, all of them would have their dice rolled for what rarity the item is. So gearwork may not seem like a good stat, but it really is a good stat. And it caps at 100%. You cannot get more than 100% gearwork. And yes, right now you can get legendaries from contracts, but don't get attached to it because it's going away. And they made it by mistake. They added the old contracts with the legendary bundles into this patch accidentally. And they did remove those legendary gear bundles from contracts like few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago or so. They removed them intentionally and now unintentionally added them with the latest patch. So this is getting patched out most likely this week. So for now you can just farm fame and then open the contract gear bundles. There are, however, gear bundles in the contracts. I'm not sure whether after they patch them there will be legendary ones, but you can get legendary gear even from green and blue bundles after the patch, after the changes. Right now, this always gives you rare, and this always gives you legendary. But the way it will work is you would have green and blue bundles, and both the green and the blue bundles can give you legendary if you're lucky. Of course, with a lower chance. So the blue bundle after the patch, after the hotfix which is coming, will be able to give you blue or legendary. Whereas the green one would be able to give you green or blue or legendary. Let's collect some of those, by the way. Okay. Unlucky. Yeah, basically not good stuff dropping. Let's see some more gear bundles. I mean, we gotta open them before there's too many of them. This infamous Unix map was pretty decent. Let's check this. Okay, we don't want this, we don't want this, don't want this or this or this. Cosmic Gauntlets, that's actually something I've been waiting to get. As a level 60 with good stats, but the problem is this is not good stats. Attack speed for basic attacks is nice, but evasion, and duration for major, shield buff from shield car. This is an item I would consider wearing on a electrode train build, where I'm stacking evasion on items and I'm stacking block chance from skills and using basic attacks. A basic attack electrode train build can benefit from this, so I'm gonna put it somewhere in the storage. You're asking on the forge, can we craft stuff? Well, there is no real crafting in the game right now. The only things you can craft is resources. Basically, what you can do is, I'm gonna try and show you quickly. So you can see this sawmill. This sawmill, you can go to the sawmill and you can turn wood planks into wood walks. You take 2 planks and make you take 2 wood walks and make 1 wood plank, or you can take 24. You can take 48 wood walks and make 24 planks. And the same goes for the other resources, for smelter to make iron and stonemason to make bricks. So basically that's the resources here. So this one and this one and this one is tier 1 resources, tier 1. Tier 1 goes into tier 2, from wood to planks, from stone to brick to blocks, and from nuggets of metal to metal bars. But this is only needed for forge stuff. Only needed to make buildings with those resources. The other type of crafting in brackets is socketing. You take a socketed item like this one and you can add some bonuses to it. See, I can add this bonus. If I don't like it, I can remove it and add another bonus. And it just gives you different bonuses. So different items can have different bonuses added to them. You can see how I can enchant, disenchant. So that's the other thing that's close to crafting, but this really needs to be expanded. This system.
Step right up, contestant.
Those don't seem fun.
Has arrived.
Think they made a cutscene for that run?
Uniques harvest wiki. Okay, what about
I've got one of those.
uniques that are not in Act 3?
What could go wrong?
Alright, I'm considering doing this infamous map. And enchanting is level 46 and up feature. Only level 46 or higher items can get sockets. And you get the enchanting outer after completing the story, after beating the boss of Act 3. So don't worry about it if you don't have it yet. Once you beat the game, you will have it, and you can start enchanting your items. Come on, come on. You're level 26. Alright, that's fair enough. Bit by bit you will get some stuff. Where's my train? Oh, my train is a ghost again. The OG ghost train. When my DPS drops off, it's normally when the train disappears. Let's try and find some more. And Olivier says, "Hi Struck, are you planning to play more sharpshooter melee?" Well, I can try and do it sometime. See, maybe during the extra live stream, I can try and just play different builds and just switch between builds instead of doing a new playthrough. I can try and make some day where I'm playing all of my builds and just switching between one and the other. I wouldn't mind doing that sometime, but it's not gonna be really soon. Maybe in the weekend. Maybe in the weekend during the weekend streams I can try and do it. And Firstbot wants a shout out. Shout out to Firstbot again. He loves shout outs. Big up to Firstbot for wanting a shout out. Kevin Away says, "Would you say there is a viable Railmaster build that ignores the train, since it seems a bit buggy?" Well, every relic can have a viable Railmaster Slammer build. I've made a few. I have my chaotic strikes, chaotic mayhem. That's the name. So you can look into that with the Electrode Chaotic Mayhem. Is one way of doing it. You can also do a build with Vocalize Storm. You can also do builds with other relics. I've got Body Slams. I've got the Freezing Slammer. So I do have three builds already. Oh no, actually I have 4 builds because I've got an Acid Slammer as well. So I've got 4 builds on my website that are not using the train. They're not gonna do as much damage as Flamethrower Car, but they still do damage and they still can be played well if you have the right items. You can still beat the game with it, you can still reach the end. The thing is, it's just gonna be a little bit slower, a little bit harder, but it doesn't mean that it's a complete trash setup. It's still okay, it's still viable, just not as viable as a setup with Flamethrower Car. In fact, I prefer playing Slammer builds. I just already have a Body Slams build. I already have a Slammer build for this relic, so I decided to make a Drain Train build. The next build I make will be Slammer, but it will be with. After I make the Drain Train build, I will make a Spinning Blades build. Spinning Blade build would be pretty fun. On a Slammer side of things. It will be focused on rupture and things like that, because this applies bleeding and it does a lot of hits per second, which means a lot of ruptures per second. So it's gonna be a decent synergy. And I'm considering using Flying Picks. For that rupture build, I'm considering using Flying Picks without the item. Although I could try and use it with the item, but it's gonna convert the bleeding to poison if I use the Flying Wing, the Stinging Wing. And Rabiwu, I'm glad that my leveling video does help. Are you referring to a stream or to a build guide? Maybe you're referring to some sort of a stream of mine. I do keep my streams on YouTube for people who wanna watch them, the way I level up. Let's see if I've missed some chat. And sorry if I miss a chat message. It's I try to go back. I try to go and scroll up when I'm not in fight, in between maps, in between combat. Like now, I try to scroll up and see if I've missed some chat messages. But yeah, the train is not everyone's favorite toy. Not everyone is like Sheldon and likes trains. And I definitely know I'm not a big fan of trains the way they work right now. That's why I try to make slammer builds as well for people who don't like the trains. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, this is ready. Perfect for the boss fight. Perfect. Alright, Sword of the Lost Legion. Let's see here. Come on, load up. But Seekers +2, not bad. Alright, let's do the next map. Not gonna collect the contract rewards for a while. And then I can go to the city and collect all together. Infamous Berserking. Physical damage, so that's probably something I'm gonna do. Let's just quickly check in case there's an Infamous Uniques map. Someone's telling me to hydrate. Okay, I will hydrate. Thanks for the reminder. Let's do it right now. Netherwell Infamous with goblins. Okay, not this one though, but maybe. Maybe. There we go. We hydrated. And Semi72. Semi72, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club, Semi. Really appreciate that. Alright, let's do this Infamous map. I'm gonna do this one. So yeah, we've hydrated. Let's drink a little bit more. And let's keep going. And to give Sky a petting, I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. Sky is here. He's nearby. I'm gonna go and give him a petting. Sky really enjoyed the petting. He started purring. So he did enjoy the petting. He's been kind of sick those few days. Not sure if it's the medicine we give him or just in general that he has problems with his stomach and his kidneys. But the poor creature has been puking a lot. So he enjoys the attention when he gets some.
Cast that spell here. You can't do that here.
There we go.
You can't use that skill.
Although he did play a lot today. He played with my PC box, with my PC case box. When the PC case arrived, I opened it to just check if everything's there, if nothing's broken, and so on, just to inspect it. And my cat immediately started playing with the box, like any other cat. Give them boxes and see them hide inside and start to play with the holes of the boxes. And he actually started playing with the shadows. As I was moving, the shadow of the lights and me was moving inside of the box, and he was just trying to catch the bright parts of it. So yeah. Even though he's sick, he's always up for a play. He's always up to play, which is good. Which is good for an ill animal to want to play and to have nice appetite.
Cast that spell here. That spell cannot be cast.
Yeah, definitely cats can be funny and weird. The same can be said about dogs. Some dogs are very hyper, very weird and love playing. We had a dog for a while along with the cat. And the cat wasn't a big fan of the dog. The dog always wanted to keep licking the cat. He wanted to keep playing and licking the cat, but the cat doesn't want to play like a dog does. It plays differently. And our guy doesn't like getting licked all over. So he kept trying to run away from the dog all the time, to avoid the nasty licking. And then he would keep washing himself after the dog touched him. So yeah, he wasn't a big fan of it. He's a very clean creature. You can touch him if you touch him after touching human food, he would go and wash himself. If you touch his food after touching human food, he wouldn't wanna eat his food. He likes eating cucumber as a treat, as a dessert, not as real food, because he eats proper food, but as a dessert every now and then. When he smells us chopping cucumbers, he would want us to give him some too. So we just grind it on a cheese grinder or whatever, and we give him a little bit of cucumber as dessert or whatever. It's water. It's 90-something% water, so it's fine for him. The vets said it's not a problem for him to eat cucumber. But if I've touched something like salmon, if I made myself a smoked salmon sandwich, and I touch the cucumber, he's not gonna eat it because he wouldn't like the smell of human food. If I've touched some sort of salami or whatever, he won't want to touch the cucumber because it smells of the human food. He's a weird creature. But yeah, he kind of gets crazy when he smells cucumber. It's like it's the best thing in the world. He gets crazier than even smelling his own food sometimes.
You can't cast that spell here.
And Little Wee Tank says, "Hey, good afternoon, how are you?" I'm fine, Little Wee Tank. How are you this afternoon? Thank you for stopping by again. Welcome back. I'm on a mission to farm fame with the Drain Train to get some of the new items and hopefully to get myself a good new blue sword so this build can be complete. You can see I'm playing on ridiculous today. Yesterday I was leveling on normal. Today I'm back to ridiculous for the farming, for the fame gain on the Drain Train. You're doing great. That's amazing. Happy to hear that. Rabbit2 says, and one dog and the cat sleep and play with the dog. Oh, that's nice. One dog and the cat sleeping and playing with the dog. It must be a nice house where Rabbit2 lives. And Marwon Brand says, Chronicon and Hero Siege are two cool ARPGs you just found out about. Oh yeah, they're definitely nice, especially Chronicon. Chronicon is definitely a great game to recommend to Path of Exile players who like the speedrunning mentality. The same can be said about Hero Siege. Hero Siege also would fit people who love leaderboards and that speedrunning mentality. Although my experience with Hero Siege has been full of cheaters and people exploiting bugs and glitches and duping items and things like that back when I played it. But I guess the game is much better now than the last time I played it. Although it still seems like your typical endless rift. I'm not a fan of games with endless endgame. I like endgame to have an end, to be actually end game with an end. But yeah, Chronicon and Hero Siege definitely are nice, especially Chronicon. If I were to say which one I like more, Chronicon is the one I like more than the two. And it's definitely great comparing those two games, because they have the same, let's say they're in the same category. They are both pixel art, isometric hack and slash ARPGs, wooters. And they are roughly around the same price range, I think. Path of Exile is a good game. Yeah, I can also say Path of Exile is a good game. I can say it's not the game for me. It's not the right game for me. Playing Path of Exile makes me feel like a miserable piece of shit. That's why I don't play Path of Exile. Because there are just too many bad things about the game along the too many good things. I always respect the GGG. I always respect grinding gear games for what they're doing, constantly pushing, innovating, making new weird mechanics every season. But their game is just not the right game for me. As a more casual player, there are just too many things that annoy me. But I know it's a good game. It's not the right game for me, but that doesn't make it a shitty game. That just makes it a game that I don't like for my own taste. There's a ton of good stuff in the game, as well as a ton of stuff I don't like. Yeah, many of the people who come to my channel are the type of people who may not like PoE. And that's not understandable. For example, if I were to choose between Diablo 3 and Path of Exile, I would choose Path of Exile. If I were to choose between Grim Dawn and Path of Exile, I would choose Grim Dawn. If I were to choose between Torchlight 3 and Path of Exile, I would choose Torchlight 3. It's just more, it's better and more fun for a casual player to play Torchlight 3, even with the lack of endgame variety. Even with the lack of endgame variety, and even with the things that are very badly balanced. Not everything, but there are some things that are either overpowered or broken or underpowered. And even with those things in mind, I still would choose to play this game over PoE. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. A boss fight. Little Wee Tank is level 4. You're very new to Torchlight 3. Well, you've come to the right place. Any questions that you have, ask them. In between fights, I stop and try to read chat. For example, right now I've missed a message from Marwan where he said I can't get into PoE either. I also love what they do and the game is awesome, but I just can't keep playing it, keep going to other ARPGs. Yeah, I'm kind of like that. It's not just about having to start over every league, but it's about losing XP when you die, and about having so many different mechanics and such bad RNG, and the crafting system, it just... and the trading and people selling items for real money, and having to play a website instead of the game if you want to trade, and having to stop your maps and go into your own fort if you want to complete the trade, if you don't want to lose the trade. That just kind of breaks the whole game for me. Oh, it's just too many things. Also the labyrinth being as difficult as it is on shitty builds, and you needing that walking skills behind content that's as difficult as the labyrinth, for a shit build, not for a meta build. And the ton of differences, like it's between the earth and the sky, the difference between a shit build in Path of Exile and a meta build. Whereas in Torchlight 3, the difference between a shittily optimized build and a meta build is not that huge. A shitty build in this game can still beat the game, as long as you have good items and as long as you play it okay. You can give a meta player a shit build and the meta player would be able to beat the game with the shit build. But you can give a meta build to a shit player and the shit player would not be able to beat the game even with the meta build. That's how Torchlight 3 is. And I think that's a good thing, the way it is right now. The player behind the build in Torchlight 3 really is important. So yeah, I'm not a meta player, I'm a shit player. So you can give me the best build and I probably still won't be able to beat the Fazir unless I get my shit together and focus and play it well. And I'd much rather play more chill and be able to take some hits and just take my time. That's why I'm not pushing to beat the dungeon, the end game. I can make some fun builds, some good builds, I can even make some meta builds, but I don't have the time to test every build whether it can reach the end. But I can tell you that every build in this game that I can think of could reach the game, the end of the game, as long as the right person is playing it, and as long as the items are good on that build. Corked Infamous with Stormbringer, or... do we have Infamous Uniques?
But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? You say that now. I could do that.
Anchored Infamous, okay.
What will it be?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this map.
It's a fine time to die.
You like to discover new builds? That's me as well. Right now, the end game in this in Torchlight 3, the end game for me is pretty boring, and I can't spend too much time playing the same hero, doing the same repetitive content over and over again. And my way of dealing with this staleness, this monotonous aspect of the game, is to make new builds, make a new hero, pick a different relic this time, or make the same hero with a different relic, or make the same relic with a new class. Just keep changing things up, leveling new heroes and testing new builds. This gives me a ton of fun times in the game. Instead of playing hundreds of hours on the same hero and same build without changing anything. So I'm leaning into the strong sides of the game, which is the build diversity, instead of leaning in the weak sides of the game, which is the lack of diversity of endgame activities to do once you beat the story. And I can enjoy the game in this way. Until they add new endgame activities, it's a fine and fun way for me to play it this way. And there's definitely some very fun builds you can discover in the game. Some of them are straight up broken and annihilate everything, whereas others are reasonably balanced and can provide you some interesting challenge. But with enough player feedback, eventually this game would become a little bit more balanced, and even the straight up broken builds won't be straight up broken, and the underpowered builds won't be as underpowered as they are, and we would see the build diversity getting closer together in terms of strength. They're reworking the Forge right now as we speak. No, probably not as we speak, because it's maybe too early in the Pacific. But the developers are right now working on reworking the Forged Hero, making some changes, rebalances, fixes to the Forged Hero. Melee Forged still seems kind of okay to play, but Ranged Forged seems a little bit boring unless you're heavily leaning into your relic. So I can't wait to see what they're gonna do with the Forged. And I can't wait to see what they're gonna do with Cold Heart, which is the most underpowered relic right now. Oh, this one's running away. Don't you dare to run away, boy. There we go. Okay, wait, why does it say Travel Passage over here? I think my map might be a little bit broken. Or maybe not. Okay. Come on, come on. And this one's done. Guess we can move on to the boss room now. Actually, I shouldn't kill every single trash mob. I should just focus on stopping for big groups of enemies with elites, because that's where the fame is, in the elites. Come on, come on. I messed up my rotation. Should have started with Spike Drive and Bastion Charge before my Flamethrower car. Messing up the rotation at the start loses me a lot of DPS. Okay. How am I doing with the contract rewards? The uncollected contract rewards? Probably around 20. Oh, 33, okay. Maybe I'm gonna get another map and then go and gamble. For swords and do other things. Or maybe I can just buy Respectacles, but for now my priority is getting a good sword.
You say that now.
Infamous Boom Room. Let's just quickly check for an Infamous Uniques map.
What will it be? Oh, are you sure? Well chosen.
Okay.
I could do that. Honestly, I think you could do better.
Well, there is no Uniques Infamous, so I might as well just do the Boom Room. Let's do the Boom Room. The Scroll of Wifebound, what do you mean? Util? Do you mean utility or what? I'm not sure exactly what you mean about the Scroll of Wifebound. The Scroll of Wifebound is a consumable. It's a consumable item that you can get and use on blue, green or white items. You cannot use Scroll of Wifebound on legendary items. And once you use a scroll, it disappears. See, I've got 7 scrolls. If I use one of those scrolls on... Let me first get an item that I want a Wifebound. If I were to use that one scroll, from 7 it will become 6. So every time you use a scroll it disappears. That's why they can stack. So let's show you. See, I got that white item. And I can use this on this white item and it gives you 20% extra stats. Boom. Then if you die, you lose the Wifebound item. So dying with the Wifebound gear, you better have something spare. You better have a spare item ready to replace it if you die. While leveling up, Wifebound is very important on your weapon. I wouldn't waste Wifebound scrolls while leveling on my armor, but I would try to always have a Lifebound weapon while leveling up. It's definitely gonna help you having that extra DPS, and always keep a spare weapon, even if it's much weaker. Keep a spare weapon so that in case you die, you have something to replace your broken, destroyed weapon with. And those Phase Beast portals, I normally avoid them while leveling up, but if I have 0 Wifebound scrolls, and I know I'm gonna need a Wifebound scroll soon, I will go into a Phase Beast portal, because you always get at least one scroll by beating one such Phase Beast portal dungeon. Those purple beasts you see around the map. And yeah, it is important for leveling. If you want extra damage, this extra damage really would help you. I think it makes it worth using while leveling up. If you play hardcore, of course you would wanna wipe out everything. Because you die, it's over. That's how hardcore is. So Wifebound is actually very useful for hardcore players. That's a permanent 20% increase on all of their items. It should make playing hardcore much easier. Of course they have to get the scrolls first on hardcore. Come on, come on. And boom. Let's go this way. And alright, Marwan says BRB. Alright, let's keep moving. Keep moving. Come on, come on. Actually, I don't need to kill every single enemy. I just need to stop for the champions. Like those. This boom room. Still haven't gotten one of the new set items, only the weapons. And I've been trying to open gear bundles, and today I will be opening a lot of legendary gear bundles. Okay, that's a lot of fame we got here. Got 43 contract levels ready to collect. Maybe I should wait until 100 and collect then? Or should I just wait until 50 and collect at 50? Any champs spawning here or here? Okay, no champs here. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss out on a champ. Anything here? Guess that's it for the champs for this map. Let's just move to the boss fight. Rabbit2 says, and another question, what is a wife-bound map? Wife-bound map is... that's those portals. It's those portals from the phase beasts. You see there's some purple beasts that you would see around the map running around. And if you've played Diablo 3, you know there's wood goblins and you kill the wood goblin and it spawns a portal. Well, it's similar with this one. But instead of going to Goblin Realm by killing the phase beast, you go to a wife-bound map. Or you go to a phase beast portal map, which is basically just a boss. A dungeon with just a boss. You kill the boss, then you wood some chest with wood and that's it. But in that map, if you die, you can't return into that map. So you gotta try and not die in a map like this. So you kill the purple beast, it spawns a purple portal. And when you enter that portal, it's just a boss run. No enemies, just a boss and ads. But you don't have to kill enemies to reach the boss. You're just straight up into the final boss arena. And you always get a wife-bound scroll from one of those. There we go. Alright, let's see. So I've got 46 contract levels. Let's make those 50 plus. So one more map and then I can go and do some gambling and open those contracts.
Your pet has returned.
So decisive.
Infamous Upsal traps. Yeah, it's exactly that. It spawns a purple beast. You can see like that goblin hound, but purple and semi-transparent, like a ghost, purple ghost beast. And you kill that beast and it spawns a portal. And once you go into the portal, it's just a boss. And just like the bosses at the end of every map you do, a random one of those. It's actually the bosses from the story. So if you haven't beaten a boss in the story, you're not gonna be able to see this boss in a Phase Beast portal. So if you've beaten White Vault and Strong Tusk but not Brow in Act 1, you would only be able to see White Vault and Strong Tusk in such maps, not Brow. If you've beaten the full game, you would be able to see every single one of the bosses and semi-bosses or whatever they're called, the ones that are not at the end of the act, but things like Sora, White Vault, Strong Tusk, Kronk, etc. So it's not like the regular mini champions, but it's the proper bosses, the ones that are considered boss fights by the game. Where is the content I'm doing right now? At the end of every map there is a mini boss, and at the end of every 4 maps there is a big boss, and that big boss is one of those I mentioned. Either the 3 bosses at the end of each act, or the bosses you encounter in the middle. Every act has 2 middle bosses and 1 big boss. In Act 1 that's White Vote and Strong Tusk as the non-end act bosses, and then there's Brow. And you have in Act 2 Sadista as the big boss, and then you have Kronk and Psora. And in Act 3 that's Shriekbeak and Squawk as the middle of the act bosses, and then at the end you have Ordrak. So one of those 9 things you can encounter in those portals. And at the end of each challenge sequence of 4 maps in the Fazir. Most of the things in this game are designed in such a way where there's like a template of how everything is designed. You can see every act has the same amount of bosses and mid-range bosses, or whatever you want to call them. Every relic has the same amount of active and passive skills. Every class has the same amount of active skills. So there's a template to it to make balancing easier. And it definitely makes it easier to balance things that way. And it makes it easier to add new things. Much easier to add new relics when you have the system kind of designed in the same template. You just replace some elements, you just replace some numbers and some behaviors, and there you have it, a new relic. With 5 new actives, 5 new passives. With its own new sounds and animations, of course, which takes time. And every class, as you've looked through the skills of each class, each hero, you're gonna see some pattern there, some things that you can see across every hero as passives. Every hero has cooldown to class skills, cooldown to Railmaster, cooldown to Forged, cooldown to Dusk Mage, cooldown to Sharpshooter skills. Every hero has a passive that gives you pet damage, every hero has a passive that gives you basic attack damage and things like that. There's those templates and the patterns that you might notice. Okay, no spawns here. Oh, never mind, they spawned. But we're looking for elites, we're not looking for trash mobs. Specman says, there was a lot of hate reviews of this game, but I like it. Well, I can agree here. There's a lot of people trolling the game as reviews, and there's a lot of people with legit reasons to not like the game. I honestly like the game, and I have liked the game ever since I first played it last year in May in the alpha version. Ever since then I saw there's a potential in this game to become very fun and enjoyable. And it's nice to hear that Specman and Legendary Poolman are loving the game. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of room to grow and a lot of things to fix in the game. But there's a ton of potential as well. Untapped potential. As long as they keep adding new endgame activities and then adding new items and maybe eventually start adding new subclasses, new pet skins, maybe expand the pet system, expand the itemization system with more customization of our items, not just enchanting, and the game can become very good. Specman says, I'm on my second run through Dusk Mage, but Deathmatch Bot was your first and you're now on your Archer Electrode. Okay, that's nice. Definitely two very fun combos to play. I've played all the combos, so I've got a lot of ideas how to build every single combo possible out there. But yeah, you've picked some interesting combinations. You're probably gonna see the obvious difference in damage between Electrode and Blood Drinker.
Catch that here.
Did you buy some stuff to the random vendor, or what do you mean buy some? Oh, do you mean the Gambler? I'm actually going to the Gambler after this map. As I said, I wanted to get 50 contract rewards. I've got 52. So we are ready to go to the Gambler. I will be collecting contract rewards and selling them to the Gambler for money. And then I'm gonna start buying swords. If you're lucky, you can even get legendary gear from the Gambler. But the chances are very slim chances to get legendary from the Gambler, but it happens every now and then. It would bless you with a legendary drop. But yeah, I definitely agree with Speckman, and thank you, Blind Riemann. Blind Riemann, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. I appreciate that. And as I said, Speckman, I definitely agree with this game being a great baseline, and there's a ton of room for growth and expanding the things we've got in the game. There's actually more potential in this game than we had in Torchlight 2 for growth, and with modding this game can become amazing. Even without modding, if the devs keep expanding, it will be amazing. Speckman, thank you as well very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. So this is the Gambler NPC, but before I do gambling, I want to sell some scrolls, because, well, that's gold coins. I wish we had hold shift to sell everything or something. Or hold shift to sell 5. I'm gonna sell the 2 stacks of 20 and leave the other stack. And then start collecting other things.
Is that all?
So okay, now I'm gonna start collecting my contract rewards. 50 contract rewards. Can you explain the gambling you're doing, as I'm new, and where do I find the vendor? Okay, the vendor is in every city. In every city there is a vendor. I'm gonna go to town 1 because you're probably new, so you probably don't have the second city. But every city has a gambler, and in Act 1 it's the one in the corner. You're gonna see some dice. You're gonna see those 2 dice here. Actually, no, that's the dominoes, the one with the dice in a different one. So this one is with the dominoes, and you can see Ronda the Gambler. Ronda the Gambler. I'm gonna quickly sell some things I don't need.
Oh, you'll be back.
And then get some stuff. And basically what you do is you pay certain money for a certain amount of money for certain items. And just a moment. And then there's a random choice of what's gonna drop. Is it gonna be white? Is it gonna be blue? Is it gonna be green? Is it gonna be legendary? So let's say I want a sword, because I do. See, I'm gambling for one-handed weapon, and I'm getting a white pistol, a green sword, a blue sword, a white sword, a green mace, a white mace, and you can see it keeps giving me one-handed things. They can be socketed, they can be without sockets. It's basically completely a random thing. And you just keep gambling and it keeps giving you. It's always your level. If you're level 20, it's gonna give you level 20 items. If you're level 60, it's gonna give you level 60 items. So it's always giving you gear at your level. And it's always gonna cost the exact same amount. You can see different things have different cost. So chest and two-handed. So chest armor and two-handed is 450. And so is a random cannon. But certain things are cheaper, like helmet, shoulders, gloves, boots, those are cheap. Focus and shield as well cheap. Pet things also cheap. Hatch also cheap. And then you have things like one-handed weapons 300 and pants 375. Wasting time is back. Welcome back, wasting time. Welcome back. So I'm gonna stop gambling and keep collecting my contract rewards, and then after that I'm gonna gamble with the money I make selling the wood from the contract rewards. Basically, Specman, contract levels you get by killing champions. The purple, green and yellow champions in this game. And the higher your difficulty, the more fame you get by killing this one. So, for example, on Ridiculous you get 3 times the fame compared to practice. So if you want to farm fame for contracts, you would really want to do that in Ridiculous. But while you're leveling up, it's better to play on a lower difficulty and just start farming fame once you reach a max level. And that's my suggestion. And basically you do the Fazier's dungeon, and you're looking for maps that give you double fame, called Infamous, or you're looking for maps that give you every single champion to be green, to be unique. This one is called Uniques. So those are the maps you would be looking for. Uniques or Infamous. Or if you get a map that gives you Infamous and Uniques, that's even better. That's your best choice of a map to do. That means every single enemy on the map will be green. Not every single enemy, every single champion enemy will be a green, unique champion instead of purple or yellow, which gives less fame. Purple gives you the least amount of fame. Then there's yellow, it gives you a little bit more, and then there's green that gives you a lot more than purple. So if you find Unique's Infamous, every champion will be green, and every champion will give you twice the fame. So basically you're getting like 300 or 300 and something fame per killing a champion in such a map. And that can give you like 20-30 contract levels depending on the size of the map and the amount of champion spawns. So if you want to farm fame, and that's pretty good place to do it in Infamous Uniques maps. So hopefully this is useful information for you.
Just who I wanted to see. You come back.
Yeah, you're playing on normal, but don't worry about the fame too much. When you beat the story, you can switch to a harder difficulty, or when you reach level 60, you can switch to a harder difficulty and then just start playing on that difficulty then. In general, I wouldn't switch my difficulty unless my gear is up to the task. So you can start gradually increasing your difficulty after finishing the story, and eventually you're gonna be able to handle Ridiculous once your gear is good enough. It's just gonna take you a while before you gear up to be strong enough, I guess. Okay, let's try and get some swords now. I'm done with my contract spamming. Okay, we can go back to the fort now and do some endgame. And what I'm doing right now is I'm doing exactly this. I'm trying to get as much fame as I can per map as possible. So you saw this NPC that I talked to, that was the gambler in Act 1. In every act there is one NPC. They're different NPCs, but they're all gambler NPCs. And they work in the exact same way. So hope this is clear. Alright, I'm gonna put things in my storage. And then start doing some more endgame. Just need to quickly make some room here and get rid of some low level items. What do I want to get rid of? Let's get rid of this. Let's put this here. I'm gonna get rid of this item as well. And let's move. So I can do a boss run now. Let's do wide vote.
Your path has returned.
So there's different ways how to approach fame farming. Some people might wanna do as many maps per hour as possible and get as many of those chests. But I still think as long as you're focusing on uniques, infamous, or uniques, or infamous, that's how you're gonna get the most fame. And if you wanna maximize, be meta at farming the fame, just don't kill trash mobs unless there's champions next to them. Keep moving from one champion pack to another one, and don't stop until you find a champion, regardless whether it's a purple or yellow or a green one. Someone's watching, someone's observing. I'm loving this one. Although it seems like it doesn't know where to look. It's looking up, down, right, left. So yeah, I'm gonna start looking for some of those maps now that I mentioned. But eventually, once they fix it, once they fix the contracts to the way they're supposed to be, fame is not gonna be the best way to get stuff, to get items. But right now, fame is the only way to get the new set items. And I'm trying to get some of those. I've gotten 0 of the new set items. So we'll see. This is infamous. I'm gonna try and find infamous uniques as well. Maybe there is one already. Dividing also is not bad. If you get dividing infamous, that's not a bad. Oh, unique's infamous. See, this is the map I'm talking about. So you can see my contract level right now is level 1. Let's make it 0. Let's make it 0. The uncollected contract levels, that's what I mean, not the total contract level, the uncollected contract levels. So after I'm done with this map, I'm gonna check my contract level, and you're gonna see how many this map gave us. It's not gonna be a big map, because it's Act 3. So I'm not expecting more than 20, 23 for contract levels at best. Although I've gotten, my record is 35 contract levels from an infamous uniques map. Once I got one with a ton of enemies, with a ton of champions spawning. But I think since then they've nerfed it. By the way, we got a river run. We got an Act 1 map with Act 3 enemies. This might really give me 20 plus levels. See, there's no champions here, so I'm gonna keep moving. Oh, my train is not here as well. I need to summon the train. Oh wait, this guy showed up from behind. See, that's a Plague Bearer map. So those 3 green enemies would give me 3 contract levels. See, now I'm at contract level 4 by just killing 3 enemies. 3 green ones. There's 2 more green ones. I wish we could get champion mimics. There is one from the story, the Hangry. And Rabbi2 just subscribed for 1 month. Thank you, Rabbi2, very much for subbing and welcome to the Struck Club. It really struck right in the feels. Right in the feels. I didn't hear the sound. The Wife support systems repaired sound. Maybe I talked over it, but thank you very much. Thank you really a lot for this. And yeah, feel free to ask any more questions if something is not clear. I'm always happy to share the knowledge. And I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. If you don't know it, I also have a YouTube channel where I upload builds and other good guides and things for the game. So that's my YouTube channel. And to everyone watching on YouTube and on Twitch, this is my website for builds. If someone needs builds, if someone just joined and hasn't seen the bots. I've set timers for the bots to keep spamming those links. Like my Discord server link, my YouTube channel, my Twitch channel, etc. But yeah, if someone has missed those links, I just posted it again. And Legendary Poohman says, how do you reset the map to farm it? Oh, well, you're not gonna like it. You either have to wait 8 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever, I think it's 7 or 8 minutes, or you have to go back to character selection and restart. If you're talking about story maps, if you're talking about Fazir maps, just exit to character selection or exit through the exit of the map or the entrance. And then you can farm the same map. For example, let's say I wanna do this one map over and over again. There is a way to abuse it. I don't think it's ethical to do it, but if you don't care about whether it's ethical or not and you wanna have your fun your own way, that's not a competitive game, so I don't care if people abuse it and use it this way. Let's say I wanna farm this map, this infamous Uniques map. I can clear every single enemy and just when it's time to go to the boss at the end, I can just go back to character selection and rewalk. And then when I go back to my Fazir dungeon, this map would be there waiting for me to redo at the exact same stage, challenge level 22 for example in my case. So I don't think it's ethical to do it, but if you don't care about this and if you just want to have the fun the way you want, yeah, just do it. No one's gonna stop you from doing it that way. and you can't get banned or anything to do by doing something like this. But yeah, that's something. That's how you can reset a Fazir map and farm it multiple times without losing the map affixes on it. But if you're talking about story maps, the only way to reset it is either going to character selection and rewogging, or waiting 8 minutes for the map to auto reset. There is no like Path of Exile force reset to create a new instance of the same map. For now at least. Maybe later they might add something like this, but for now there isn't force reset. There's a lot of uniques in this map. Is there a unique here? No. Let's kill the shaman there. Okay, let's go this side. Is Diablo releasing next year? Well, we don't know. My guess is Diablo is releasing summer 2022, and the beta is starting at the end of next year. That's my guess. My guess is there's gonna be a beta, just the way they did with Warcraft 3 Remaster. Maybe they might do some sort of a beta like this one, where they would give us maybe 3-4 months of testing, alpha, beta, etc., like closed beta, open beta, or maybe they might as well rush it and release it next year around the end. The sooner the better, as long as the game is finished and we don't get a half-baked cake. You know, no one likes half-baked cakes, especially when it comes to games in this genre. Half-baked is definitely not great. And especially when it's coming from a company with a huge budget like Blizzard, you expect their products to at least be fully baked before taking them out of the oven. So how many contract levels? I got 19 contract levels in this map, so close to 20 but not 20. Which is still good. I mean, 19 contract levels, that's... in most cases, that's gonna give me 2 legendary gear bundles. There's only one case where I'm gonna get 1 and not 2 gear bundles. Actually, I think in any case I would be getting 2 gear bundles. Because it should be every 9 levels a gear bundle, not every 10. Let's see, is it 9 or 10? Because they changed it. They changed it, and now with the reverted contract system, maybe it's back to 10 levels instead of 9. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's still 9, so yeah, I should be getting... But yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and collect those gear bundles later at once. Let's see, anything worth keeping? Oh, that's not bad versus goblins. I might make myself a goblin weapon and use it on goblin maps. See, it's not gonna be as strong against other enemies, but against goblins this weapon would be stronger than my current one. And it's gonna proc my sword things. I'm still trying to get a good sword with chance to bleed and flat damage in the middle, or 2 times flat damage in the middle. But this is a good alternative, I guess. This Woods Beast helm, I'm gonna put it somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna put this there. Let's do the next map. Anything fame related? No. Infamous Netherwell. Okay, that's 25. I'm gonna consider doing this one if nothing better shows up.
That doesn't sound so tough.
Infamous Berserking. Okay. Maybe that's the one. 21.
You say that now. Oh, so tough. You say that now.
Come on, give me something. Alright, well, let's do the level 21 map.
To the challenge? This won't hurt much.
And I've missed a message. Andrew says, hey, I just chose Flame Railmaster. Will it be just as good as, or is Bud Drinker better? Andrew, if you're still there, sorry for the late reply. I try to answer questions and check the chat in between maps, or sometimes in between combat. I would stop. If you're still there, Flaming Destroyer is stronger than Bud Drinker for damage. You're gonna be a little bit squishier, because Flaming Destroyer gives you it gives you evasion stuff, whereas Blood Drinker gives you damage reduction and healing. So you might be a little bit squishier, but damage wise, Flaming Destroyer and Electrode are your damage relics. So I've got a very good video on YouTube how to choose your subclass based on the build you wanna make. You might wanna check that video for some ideas of what builds you can make with each relic. For example, there's proc monster builds where you're getting damage from things that proc, such as Rupture. Rupture is one such thing. So it's not direct damage by things like Drain or things like Dance of Death. And it's not direct damage like your train stuff. But in general, Flamethrower Car is a super strong skill. Flamethrower Car tier 3 combined with a Doom Pipe, whether it's equipped or in the Legendarium, is gonna give you amazing DPS. If you add attack speed from Ghost Train tier 2, if you add Mortar Car for cooldown reduction 10%, there's some good things you can do regardless of what relic you get. But the Flaming Destroyer is nice and I've got builds for it, so hopefully that helps you. And It's Grizzly says, why not just do the highest map you can? Because the highest map I can do, it's not gonna always give me the fame I want. Right now I'm farming fame. And the highest map I could do didn't give me infamous or unique. This map gives me infamous, meaning I'm getting double the fame from champions. And I'm farming fame so I can get more contract levels, so I can get more bundles. This is not gonna be how I'm farming when they patch it, because they didn't intend to do it this way. They accidentally patched an old version of the contracts where we have legendary gear bundles as rewards, and probably this week this is going away. But higher level maps take longer to finish, and they're not gonna give you better wood quality. The only thing that becomes stronger is the monsters. And that's it, the wood remains the same in the higher level map. But there are maps in the higher levels of the Fazir dungeon that can give you affix combos that you can't get. For example, you can get Gear Wookie with Dividing and Uniques at around level 250, 251. And that's a very strong map if you wanna farm items from drops, not from bundles. And you can get Gear Wookie and Dividing and Uniques together in the wall levels. So you would still wanna go to those higher levels if you wanna farm those things. But again, pushing further doesn't increase your chance of getting items. You're barely gonna see... in fact, you're not gonna see any difference between the low levels and the high levels, because there isn't one. But again, the one difference that you care about probably would be stacking certain map affixes together. And on the low level maps, there's only so much you can stack together. Because later you start getting 2 or 3 affixes built into the map. Right now the map I'm doing is a Plague Bearer built-in, with Berserking and Infamous on the map card. But if you have Gearwalkie and Dividing on the map card, and then you have Uniques built-in from the challenge on the side, then you can get this combo I mentioned. One of the people who comes to my channel, who's also a streamer, Vitoxin, he took me to one of those maps once. He took me to one of those maps, it was level 251 map. And yeah, that's definitely an interesting combination of affixes. Dividing, Gearwalkie and Uniques. That's gonna give you so much items as drops. Especially with the now updated drop rates. But I don't really care whether I'm pushing all the way to the end or not. Right now I'm just farming fame. It's my way of farming right now. But yeah, Blood Drinker is amazing. Blood Drinker can be good for soul healing. Actually, it can be great for soul healing. And in a team, if you spec into Blood Seekers, you can also heal your teammates. I'm not sure if this works, I haven't tested it, but it's supposed to heal your allies 10 HP per second. And if you get duration to Blood Seekers, you're prolonging the duration of this, and all that healing is constant. And if you have energy cost reduction stacked with duration, that's gonna be nice. And if you have energy generation, even better. As a team healer, although it only heals 10 HP per second, but if your teammates have good defenses and don't get one shot, that healing would definitely help them. Cosmic Boots. Actually, wouldn't mind replacing my current boots with a good road cosmic pair. And see, I'm gonna lose relic energy generation, but I'm getting duration for busting charge, which I don't really need, but I don't know, I'm not sure if I want the wood beast or cosmic. Ideally I would want the cosmic so I can replace those legs with those legs, so I can get this drain bonus. And then I can get an extra SWAT here by replacing this. Or I can even put those ones with damage with flamethrower car. I think that's gonna be the better DPS for me. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change my leg armor. And change the boots as well. That extra damage with flamethrower car is what I want. This flamethrower car is my main source of damage, even though it's my only train car right now. And Specman, I did say about how to reset maps earlier. I'm gonna repeat it again. The one way to do it is to go back to character selection. This immediately resets the map. If you go back to the character selection screen. The other way would be... Electric, I need electric. The other way would be to wait 8 minutes outside of the map. Or 7 minutes or something, somewhere around there. It's 8 or 7 minutes, I don't know the exact time. It used to be 8 minutes, but I think they might have made it to 5 minutes. So if you stay long enough outside of the map, it resets itself and the enemies respawn and everything. But the fastest way is to just go back to character selection. And again, there is no force reset. There is no force reset like in Path of Exile yet. Maybe they would add it later, but for now there isn't one. So yeah, you click this character select and then go walk back in, and that works. For the Fazir dungeon, again, you either go into the map and then exit the way you came, or finish the map, but that would change the affixes. So for example, let's say I want to do this map, Unix Reliquarian, but I want to keep it Unix Reliquarian. You kill every single enemy, but you don't kill the final boss. You exit the map by going back to character selection, and then when you come back at stage 28, this same map would wait for you with respawned enemies, and you can just redo it over and over and over. If you find a unique infamous map, you might want to do this. Or if you find some other unique Gearbox or whatever map, you might want to do this. And that's kind of how certain things work. Alright, I'm gonna do this one with the uniques. But in the Fazir you can't use a portal to escape, so you have to either come the way you entered, through the portal that's at the beginning, or you have to finish the map, or you have to go back to character selection if you want to reset the Fazir map. And Benjamin Vega, welcome back Benjamin V. Welcome back Vega. Yeah, every relic has some sort of strength and weakness. Every relic has something that it's good at doing, and something that it's not that great at doing. And it means that if you want a specific build, you most likely would want a specific relic that complements that type of a build. For proc builds, probably one of the best, if not the best, is Electrode. For direct damage, AoE damage, Flaming Destroyer is probably the best, although Electrode is also pretty decent for direct damage stuff, especially with Chaotic Strikes. For healing, you definitely want Blood Drinker, because there isn't other relic for healing. And there isn't another relic that gives you damage reduction. But there is a relic that gives you defense, and that's the minion-centered Bane. Bane gives you bonuses to minion damage, and the train counts as a minion. So that's why the strongest train build right now is on the Bane relic. I've got the Miasmic Train. The Miasmic Train is my version of a meta build for the train. So if you want a meta build, that's the one I can suggest. Although you can get a meta build on Electrode with the train, you can get a meta build on Flaming Destroyer, where your train will not do as much damage, the flamethrower car will not do as much damage, but you would have a lot of damage from other things, which would add up. And of course, if you want crowd control freezing, Cold Heart is very decent. I'm waiting for them to maybe rework certain things in the Cold Heart, because certain things seem very underwhelming, especially on the passive side of things. I haven't tested the Golem. If anyone has tested the Golem after the latest patch to see if it's better, do tell, do share the info. As you haven't made a Cold Heart since the game launched, but I do know how strong the Golem used to be before the launch and before the latest patch, so I can always test it later again. Come on, train. Kill it, kill it, kill it with fire. I wanna try and group them up together, but I can't. So I have to kill them one by one, I guess. Okay, let's go this way first. Can I group more together? Okay, 2, 3, nice. That should do the trick. Come on, come on. Okay, let's see here. A lot of blue stuff. No, still not dropping a good sword for me. I'm gonna send my pet to the town quickly. As you're seeing, I'm replacing my pet tack with the rapid bartering, and then when it returns, I can put the Phoenix one for the cooldown reduction it gives me back on it.
Your pet has arrived.
You can use that neat little trick with the token of rapid bartering, switching it back and forth. There doesn't seem to be any elites spawning here, so I'm gonna move away and go towards the other side of the map. Okay, there's one elite here. Can we get some more together? Okay. Time to go to the boss room now. Oh, it's this one that can be completed, because the boss is missing. Strong Arm Vultura Bandit. Well, that's a new one. It used to be just the Netherrim enemy. Okay, let me Ctrl and D and paste it. Okay, Ctrl and V. I'm gonna have to report this later. Although they probably already have reported it, but I'm gonna check just in case. So the only way to exit this one is character select, and then I'm gonna have to just avoid doing it. That's why I normally try to avoid Act 3 maps. I try to avoid Act 3 maps because, well, that's the only ones that can get bugged in this way. Where there is no boss at the boss arena.
Oh yes, potions. I've got those.
How's my defense, by the way? 61, 68, 59. But this one's 45 now. It used to be 39. Yeah, I think doing this change increased my damage. What's my flamethrower car? See, from 630, actually I can't see it right now, but it used to be 630. I just need to go to my fort first. But it goes from 630 to 400 to 743. I'm gonna try and show you now how useful those legs are. There's a bug right now where the stats on your items don't change. The stats you get from items don't reflect on your hero sheet until you revote into a different map. It's weird, it's very weird. So you can see this one is 630 and with the legs it goes to 743. So now if I remove this, it doesn't go back to 630, but the damage does go lower. I can show you. So we are without the item. And it's 21,000, I think. 21,000 maybe. There's 3 things that did damage, so I'm not sure exactly which one. 13,000, okay, 13,000. Now it should be probably 14, 15,000. Oh, it critted. 21, okay. Wait, from 13 to 21? That seems a bit too OP. That doesn't seem right. Okay, now it did 13. I'm not sure which number is the right one. I think the biggest number, the 47. 47, this is the number I need to pay attention to. 47. In any case, I know it works because I've tested it before. It's a huge DPS boost. 13, 13, 13. Okay, one final try. I'm not sure if it worked, but it should have worked. In any case, let's go. Let's go. So I shouldn't do this map. I'm gonna try and do this map. Hopefully it doesn't get bugged without drops. Come on, come on. Come on, zone controller. The zone controller is sleeping. Oh, it woke up. Oh no! I expected that I can get this map, and it's thankfully it's not collect spider ichor quest. Thankfully it's just kill melee range spiders, so I should be able to complete this quest. But it's one of the worst map layouts. Okay, let's go this way. Actually, why am I stopping there? There's no spiders there. There's spiders here though. How many more? 5 out of 8 and 3 out of 8. And those are hitting something invisible. Okay, can maybe just keep going. Any uniques here? Any uniques here? One. Okay, let's kill this one. Four more spiders. Come on. My train just gets stuck and doesn't move until I tell it to stop and move, to force it to move. Okay, one part of the quest done. Now maybe we can do the second part with this. One more spider, come on. What spider do I need? Ranged. I think this one counts as a ranged spider. Come on. Oh, it didn't. It didn't. Maybe it was a melee spider. Well, there's gotta be one here at least. There we go. Alright, nice. So now let's see what the boss is. My guess is the boss is either gonna be a goblin or a spider. Most likely a spider boss. Electric Widow, yeah. If it was a goblin, I would have equipped my goblin damage weapon. Let's do this. That initial burst was pretty nice. Still not enough though. If I had one more item with damage to flamethrower car, like on my shoulders, that initial burst would have been enough to finish this one. Come on. Okay, this. Wait, was that duration to Blood Seekers? Yeah. I'd rather save it. You never know when I'm gonna need it for some sort of weird build, stacking duration on something. On it could be Walkaway Stone with this chance to shock. It could be something else. Alright, those don't give me any good things. Neither do those. Maybe we can find another unique infamous map. The last one gave me 19 contract levels, which is pretty decent for a single map. But that last Unix Infamous was few maps ago. Cloaked Infamous at 20.
Honestly, I think you could do better. Again,
Okay. Dividing Infamous, that's pretty good. 17 Dividing Infamous. That's probably the one I'm gonna do. Yeah, let's do it. I'm wondering if champions can get divided. I don't think I've ever seen them get divided, but you never know. Maybe I just haven't done enough dividing maps. Any champions here? I guess not. Okay, we saw some here. So much jars. So many jars. Wow, look at the whack on the side of my screen. How many things showed up at the same time as drops picked up. That was pretty quick, by the way, filling up all the things. Okay, nice. Well, since I already am this way, I'm not gonna finish the full map. I mean, I will finish the map, but I'm not gonna finish those parts here at the start, because I don't feel like backtracking. I'm just gonna go straight to the boss. Try and get everything to spawn. I like training those mobs in an AoE train, and then just killing everything at once. Come here, melee. And like this. When you group them up, it's pretty nice because the rupture really works great when they're clustered up in a bunch. It does help boost the damage. Yeah, I think that's it for the elites. There's probably some in the beginning of the map where I missed some parts and I didn't explore those. Okay, there isn't an elite spawning here. I'm gonna just do this to get my relic charge up and we're good to go. It's probably gonna be the witch boss. Oh no, it's Scooter. That initial burst was nice, but yeah, after that the damage falls off. Another pair of cosmic boots. Super galactic drop. Let's see, by the way, if it's better than the current ones I'm wearing. If it doesn't have a socket, it's immediate discard. Unless it gives me damage to something. Okay, this is actually nice. Endurance regen, crit damage, extra defense instead of the health regen, and a socket. We got an upgrade on our feet. And more electric defense than the other ones from the row. So overall, pretty decent. Now this one is not 59 anymore, it's 60. This one is not 45, it's 46%. Let's put those somewhere on the wardrobe. Alright, we can move on to the next one.
Couldn't get enough of old Fuzzy, eh?
This one's not good.
You're up to the challenge?
No.
I could do that.
Unique's Unbound Blade, but Act 3. It could be a shitty map. Still trying to avoid Act 3 if I can.
Seen it before.
Oh, Unique's Infamous, there we go. Act 3, but it's Unique's Infamous, so it's a nice one. Come on. Zone controller, come on. Oh, goblins. Let's try my weapon with damage to goblins now. It's less damage, but it's less damage to everything else but goblins, but it's gonna be stronger against the goblins. There's Vulture on the map, of course. Well, the majority will be goblins, so That's what we care about. And I can finally get those spinning blades from blades for cutting, and I can get more energy generation, as well as hitting enemies in AoE with my basic attacks. Let's go find some uniques. Stone blade, nice. Why is he invulnerable or something? He was barely taking any damage from the last few hits. Even the flamethrower card didn't kill it with its first shot. In the second burst. Ah. What's happening with the uniques? There aren't any spawning. Okay, we got this one. There we go. I can't wait for them to increase, not to increase, but to fix those affixes that don't work on increasing basic attacks. Because then the basic attacks might become pretty strong, and then I would rework the build a little bit for basic attack damage. When I make this as a build video, I will include a setup that uses the Shocking Rounds passive for 30% basic attack damage, for people who want that. Ideally I would be using it. Ideally I would either sacrifice some of the damage reduction or sacrifice other things, but for example, if I remove 3 points right now from Blasting Charge, remove 3 points and keep the vulnerability only instead of the damage reduction, and then get this 1 point, that's 4 points. 4 points I can put into Shocking Rounds and keep the Rupture and Bloodletter. And then if I remove the Rupture and Bloodletter, I can put 4 points here and 4 points here and focus more on Flamethrower card being more spammy. And there's options how to do this. For now I'm not focusing too much on the basic attacks, because, well, they're not gonna be that strong until they fix those affixes. But affixes that give you 70% basic attack damage are amazing. On a skill that does 110%, you can get like what, 80% extra weapon damage or something. Thomas says, do they have a plan on adding new skills? I'm not sure about new skills, but new relics are definitely not out of the question. And Tondis says, what relic do you think is the most damage for Railmaster? If you want more damage, go for Flaming Destroyer or Electrode. On any class, if you want damage, those are the two relics for damage. Electrode and Flaming Destroyer. They're the ones you wanna take if you want as much DPS as you can get. But for a flaming, not for a flame, but for a Railmaster with the train, you can go Miasma, Miasma Bane. My Miasmic train is probably the highest damage you can get on a flamethrower car build from flamethrower car, excluding other things. So it's one of my most recent builds. It's like 2 builds ago. So I uploaded 2 Dusk Mage builds with the Flaming Destroyer, and before that I uploaded 2 builds for the Railmaster. So 3 builds ago, I guess. Look into Miasmic Train. Miasmic Train is a very strong Railmaster Bane build, where the train is getting all that minion damage added to it. So if you wanna play a flaming, if you wanna do a flamethrower car build with shotgun car and with a bunch of extra additional minions for spice, that's not a bad choice. Cozy says, what is this build called on your website? This build doesn't exist on my website right now, the one that I'm playing right now, if that's the one you were asking about. This build, when it's out, will be called the Drain Train build. So the name will be Drain Train, but for now it just doesn't exist on my website yet or on my channel. It's not ready. It's not ready. I need a good sword. I need a sword like this one, but instead of damage versus goblins, chance to bleed, or instead of damage versus goblins, any other type of flat damage: fire, ice, physical, lightning, poison, anything. So either flat damage plus bleeding or flat damage plus another flat damage on a sword. Until I get this, I wouldn't consider this build ready. I mean, it's ready right now. You can keep pushing with such a build, you can keep playing it, but it's just not complete. It feels like there's one of the most important things, the weapon, is just not strong enough. But this one is still good enough of a weapon, good enough of a sword. Especially against goblins, it gives me much more damage than some other things can. I messed up my rotation and I didn't burst him at the start of the map. Should have done the proper burst at the start. So this one, I'm probably not gonna make it tomorrow, I'm gonna make it the day after tomorrow, unless I get this sword today. Tomorrow I wanna make a video about... tomorrow I wanna make 1 or 2 videos about Godfall. That's coming later this month. So I wanna start making a little bit of content pre-launch for Godfall, to let some of my subscribers and viewers know certain things about the skill system, what to expect in that, about build diversity and variety in the game, what to expect in this regard, about itemization and so on. Just wanna get some content for that game done while I'm not busy with builds. But I'm always busy with builds, but I try to like kind of make a balance between builds and other type of content, and between Torchlight 3 and other type of games as well. Let's see. How many contract levels have I got? 60 what? 60 what? 63 uncollected, that's pretty much. Okay, maybe we can get those to 100 contract levels and then I can collect. Corked Infamous, I'm probably gonna do this. First I need to check for Infamous Unique. I don't wanna miss another one. Oh, and my pet needs some food. Maybe it's a good time to do a short break to feed my pet, take a piece. I'm gonna go AFK for 2 minutes or so to feed that little piglet here and to go take a leak. But be right back. If you're on Twitch, you can watch some ads. But if you're on YouTube, I can't play some ads for you. So this BRB screen should do the trick. So be right back and thanks for waiting. Sky, come, let's feed you. Come. Careful here, careful, careful. Come. Come here. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, ready to go into the game. Just gonna pour myself some water quickly. Pouring myself some water and then I can go right into the game. Kind of ran out of water, but still there's a little bit left. Okay. So yeah, let's go back into the game. I'm gonna quickly check if I missed some chat messages.
Honestly, I think you could do better.
And I was checking for Infamous Uniques, right? Yes, I was. So let's see if I missed some chat. I don't think I've missed anything. Yeah, I think I'm caught up on the chat. So quick check for Infamous Uniques. If not, I'm pushing the last map that had an Infamous.
You're up to the challenge? Oh, are you sure?
Well, there isn't Infamous Unique, so we're doing the final one.
Well chosen. Limbs inside
Corked Infamous should do the trick. But yeah, as I've done until now, I try to do at least 2 builds for this class and sub-class. I already have a Bloody Slams build. So with this one I will do a build that is the Drain Train build, and then I will do another build which would be a Slammer build with Spinning Blade and Rupture. I'm probably gonna call it the Rupturer or the Rupturer Slammer build, something like that, we'll see. But it will be centered around Spinning Blade, and you know Spinning Blade has a lot of hits per second and it does bleeding. And this is the obvious synergy for Rupture, because this bleeding and those fast hits per second would be resulting in a proc monster Rupturer setup. That would be the other setup, so it's probably gonna be Spinning Blade, maybe 1 point into Bloodseekers or 3 points or something, we'll see. because I want to use Butt Seekers right before Spinning Blade. But even if I don't do Butt Seekers and I just keep it Spinning Blade, that would be the other build. And the other build would have again 10 points Dance of Death. Probably 5 points Energizer. I mean, it's a must-have. It's gonna be Egg of Mayhem setup. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do basic attacks or not, but definitely gonna go for Spike Drive and Pound as I normally do. And I'm thinking of Flying Picks. I'm thinking of using Poison Flying Picks. I wish I could get the boosted Flying Picks with this item. Sorry. Where did it go? Come on. There we go. See, this one, if it didn't turn it into poison, or if I had the choice to keep it as bleeding but get the other bonuses, it would have been perfect for a Rupturer build. Because I can just let those summons do the job for proccing Rupture more often, and in the meantime I can use my Spinning Blades as well, and it would be a fun second build I'm gonna make after the Drain Train. So I'm already thinking of those two builds. That would be my next builds to do. And after that I'm probably making either a Dusk Mage Code Heart or a Forged Code Heart. I'm still not sure which one I wanna go for. Because I normally wanna avoid making builds for the Forged before it's reworked. Because after the rework I'm gonna have to update those builds and say, hey, this has been reworked, this has been reworked. So I wanna avoid making forged builds and doing forged stuff, forged content until they rework it. So I would avoid having to revisit my content and mention that this has changed, that has changed. So probably the next one would be Code Hard Dusk Mage or a Code Hard Sharpshooter. Although I've already done 2 builds for the Code Hard Sharpshooter. For the Dusk Mage I've only got 1. So it might be a good choice to do one such. Wait, why am I fighting those when there's no uniques? And was that the chest? Okay, let's keep moving over here. I'm loving the nerf of Nether Wells. Nether Wells used to be so strong, and they nerfed them from 150 weapon damage of the monster to 50% weapon damage of the monster, so they do 1/3 of the old damage, and that's a very good rebalance to Nether Wells. On a damage reduction tanky build with my healing, I can afford to stand inside the Nether Wells as long as I keep using my healing and damage reduction skills. Yeah, some things could melt through your defenses and damage reduction before. See, this acidic end thing, this one there that you're seeing, this one used to be super overpowered. You couldn't stand for more than a second, maybe half a second, before you die in 1 or 2 of those in the same place. It was just doing too much damage, and they nerfed it as well. Blazing, another thing that was super overpowered, and they nerfed to make it more balanced. And it's nice to see when they're taking feedback and nerfing things that are overpowered on the monster side of things. And Tondes says, sorry, got disconnected. What would you say is the fastest pushing relic for high level maps? I would say again, if you want damage, Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. Electrode or Flaming Destroyer is what you want for damage. Electrode is very good for either direct damage build, Egg of Mayhem build with Chaotic Strikes, or you can do a Walkaway Storm build with proc monster stuff, with Lightning Strike. But in any build on Electrode you want Lightning Strike. Even if you're not doing a proc monster build, Lightning Strike is just amazing damage. And in any build you would want at least one point into Tingling Sensation, because this gives you 3 seconds shock duration. So if you have 1.1, 1.5 seconds shock duration, that adds 3 seconds to it, which is super strong, super good thing, even if it's just a single point, even if you don't need it for the chance to shock. So Chaotic Strikes with Egg of Mayhem is an amazing thing. Very strong setup. 1000 volt burst tier 3 right now is overpowered and it's gonna get nerfed. It's doing 10 times the damage it's supposed to, I think. The 1000 volt burst tier 3 on the Electrode. And then on the Flaming Destroyer you've got things like Sword Smash and Blazing Pillar. Very good damage on those. Again, Sword Smash with the Egg of Mayhem pretty strong. And then Blazing Pillar is also pretty decent if you use the legs that give you energy back with 10 or 20% chance. And Summoning Smash is not bad. Firestorm is definitely a great thing on the Flaming Destroyer. So those two relics are the damage relics. If you want damage, if you want to sacrifice survivability for damage, Flaming Destroyer and Electrode are your best choices. So hope this kind of helps you. And Electrode and Flaming Destroyer are good on any hero. Any hero you make, they're good on it for damage. And Mr. Ransu is back. He's working towards my wingspan, the Cold Heart, the wingspan scatter shot 2.0. I'm assuming he's referring to, or is it the summoner wingspan build, the freezing summoner? Thomas says already midnight here, got to go. Thanks again. Well, thanks again, Thomas, for stopping by. I really appreciate anyone who's watching my content and my streams. So until next time to Thomas. Again, thanks for stopping by. So Tondes, hopefully I didn't provide you too much information and overload you. If you have any specific questions about specific skills or mechanics, feel free to shoot them at me. I will try to provide the info needed. Oh, Dividing Infamous. That might be good to do. But let's just check for unique Infamous. Unique Quicksilver. Not so bad. Where was the Dividing Infamous? I think it was somewhere here. Let's do this one. Cozy says, do I have a favorite Railmaster build out of the ones you've done so far? Well, hard to say what my favorite will be. I've enjoyed most of the builds I've made. It's like asking a parent to pick between their children which one their favorite is. But yeah, I do have favorite builds on any class and any relic. I do have favorite builds, and my favorite Railmaster builds were probably the ones with Electrode and also I liked Slammer builds. I really love the Chaotic Mayhem build. The Chaotic Mayhem build now can be much stronger than it used to be when I made it. Because I didn't have 70 skill points, I had 60 skill points when I made it. And it's a nice Egg of Mayhem Chaotic Strikes build. It can be made very strong. I really like that one. I also liked my Bloody Slams. The Slammer Drain build. That was a very fun build. And The freezing slammer also was pretty fun. But if you want straight up damage, the miasmic train is the straight up most damage per second build I've made on the Railmaster. Maybe the chaotic mayhem can do the same amount of burst damage as the miasmic train. I haven't checked it with the extra 10 points, but it should be pretty strong with those extra 10 points. With those extra 10 skill points that we have now. But yeah, it's hard to say which one is my favorite, because there are just so many, and all of them provide a different type of playstyle. They have a different niche to fill, different role to fill. Let's see. Stop teleporting, okay. Yes, he teleported to his death. This one's definitely an interesting, fun setup. It's not gonna give you as much damage as some of the other train builds I've done. Oh, my pet now wants to run and play. He just ran from the hallway all the way through my bed, on top of his own bed and tree. And when I turned around, he made a sound like mrrr, and then ran down, and now he's hiding somewhere. He wants to play, he wants to run. After eating, he gets that boost of adrenaline, of stuff and energy. Rama09 says, does the type of damage of the weapon matter? The type of damage doesn't really matter. What matters is the chance to bleed, chance to poison, chance to burn, chance to shock. The type of ailment, if you have one such. This does matter because certain things trigger when you hit a bleeding enemy, or when you hit a poisoned enemy, or when you hit a frozen enemy, or when you hit what else? Burning enemy. So the type of damage doesn't matter at all. Unless, that's a big unless you're stacking percent of that same type. So let's say on your armor, on your chest armor, let's say you have blue chest armor with fire damage and percent fire. And then you have boots with percent fire. And then you have legs with fire damage and percent fire. Well, then obviously you would want a weapon that has here at the top where I have physical, something that gives you fire. Then at the bottom maybe some more fire, and then in the socket you would want more fire, so that this percent you can get more out of. Sorry, my pet wanted to play, so I just chased him away to get him to do some running. Sky, come here. I'm not sure if you can hear him, but yeah, he's asking for attention. There's no more elite spawning. Let's see if I missed some chat messages. Terry is back. Terry the tank, welcome back, Terry. Nice seeing you again. How have you been? And Tondes says, if they're going to nerf lightning, do you think it is still worth getting? Oh yeah, it's still worth it. They're only gonna nerf 1000 volt burst because 1000 volt burst instead of 55% is doing 550% weapon damage on the tier 3 bonus. Even without the tier 3 bonus, it's still a strong skill. And just silly strong right now. Right now 1000 volt burst is just melting content. And it's in the silly side of how ridiculously overpowered it is. But it's still totally worth getting it. Tonde says, is there info on what the max number you can roll for enchants is? I don't think there's any info like this anywhere. Or maybe there is. There used to be an enchanting calculator before, but I think that calculator no longer exists. Or if it does exist, it's probably moved to a different website. But maybe there is some sort of way to pull it. Maybe there's some sort of JSON files or something that you can see. I'm not sure. They're trying to make more and more info available for developers and people who want to make tools for the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if soon we see something like that, like an enchanting calculator where you can see the min and max rolls. It would have been nice if the game just shows you this on the screen. Minimum and maximum for every affix right next to the affix that you can get. It would have been perfect that way. So you can know whether you get a shit roll or a high roll. And to try and get a high roll if you do get a shit roll. I'm gonna try and preserve my energy for the boss fight. So I'm not gonna use drain now. Sky, come here. Sky? I'm calling the bed. He's standing in the hallway and looking sad and meowing. Asking for attention. It's like a kid that no one wants to play with. But yeah, if he wants to play when I'm not streaming, I always play with him, but normally by that time he's not in the playful mood. He does get into the playful mood around 1-2 a.m. or at least used to before, when the living room was open. He would just run around there. And I would play with him, but now we're on a different sleeping regime. Another thing with damage to living barrier, and this is rifle basic attacks. So this is only gonna be useful for a snowstorm rifle build. Not sure if I'm gonna be doing such a build soon, but you never know. Maybe my next Dusk Mage build would be using exactly those shoulders and stacking snowstorm duration. So I'm gonna save them. Terry the Tank says, I've been getting a few of the new legendary weapons last night. Nice, nice. Grats for those. They're definitely fun, especially the lightning bower. Someone mentioned that the lightning bower triggers the entropy molten reach. So if you're a Dusk Mage and you have entropy and you have the molten reach, basically the lightning bower gets extra projectiles. This seems like a bug to me, but enjoy it while it lasts. I can't show you because I don't have entropy. I don't have molten reach, I mean. If I did have molten reach, I would have gone to my Dusk Mage to show you. But basically it gives it twice the projectiles, and those projectiles are fiery. So they messed up something on the back end where the lightning bower is the active is inheriting some of the properties from entropy, and the molten reach is just boosting it. It's weird, but it's definitely gonna be nice to see it. Any more fame? Fame? Where's the fame maps? Come on, fame maps. Uniques. But it's Act 3. I'd rather not do Act 3 uniques. Spiders especially.
Think they made a cutscene
Dividing Infamous, that's 24. Alright, let's remember it, 24. In case something better shows up. Unique's Frenzy, Goblins as well. Huh. Act 3. It's probably not gonna be a unique Infamous map today. Anytime soon, but I did a few already. I already did a few unique Infamous maps, so that's pretty decent. Right, maybe let's do this Goblin map. Was it 20 or 21? Unique's Frenzy Blade. Let's see what we can get from this map. And I must have missed this comment that Cozy said, let's be real, all parents have a favorite kid. Yeah, probably. I'm not a parent and I don't ever plan on becoming one. I just definitely am not, I'm not gonna make a good parent, so I'd rather not be one. Which kind of, it's gonna be a challenge to find a woman that doesn't want kids, because they all want kids. But that's a conversation for another time, I guess. But yeah, I guess they all have a favorite one. All right, let's go there. Okay, no.
Cast that here.
Come on. Oh, there we go. Come on. Alright, over here. And, oh, there's this one here. 1, 2. Oh, we divided it, nice. Oh no, it's not dividing, it's just a different unique that spawned. Okay, there we go. Come on. Burst it. We need more burst potential. I guess this guy does count as a goblin, the Vercanin, or maybe it doesn't. I'm wondering if extra damage to goblins. I'm wondering if it applies to the Vercanin brutes. Cause they don't seem like goblins, they're huge. So do they classify as goblins or do they not? The goblin hounds make sense to classify as goblins, but the goblin brutes, I mean the Vercanin brutes probably don't. Come on. Yeah, it does physical damage. I wish they would rework the damage versus goblins, damage versus undead, damage versus Voltura and Netherim. To be damage versus Act 1 monsters, Act 2 and Act 3 monsters, I guess. Or damage versus enemies that do X element damage. So if they do physical damage and you have damage against physical enemies, then you do more damage to them. So all those do physical. If I had damage versus physical, I would be doing damage against the tree, the goblins, the Vercanin brutes, and anything else in this map that does physical themselves. That would have been pretty nice way of doing it. So you know what element the enemies in the map will be. You get weapon that does extra damage against that element. That would be pretty fun way of handling it. To have some sort of rock, paper, scissors. And to want to stack that type of damage. For that type of content. Because right now with goblins or undead or Vultura or Hivit, it's too split. It's too split. Because in a map you might have multiples of those things. And this map was saying that it's gonna be electric damage, but most of the enemies were physical. Maybe only the goblins, and even some of the goblins are physical. There are some goblins that are electric and the Vultura was electric, but the majority of them was, weirdly enough, physical damage enemies. Okay, we're full. Any other elite spawning? I don't think there is. Let's see if I missed some chat. Okay, I didn't. It's here. How am I doing with the contract levels? I probably got like 90 or 80. When I reach 100 contract levels, I will go to the city and collect rewards and sell them and gamble with the money we make. Still trying to get that nice sword for the build. 83 contract levels. Alright, we can do 2-3 more maps to get it to 100. Should I even save this stuff? The low level stuff. Oh, and I forgot to remove the token of rapid bartering. But let's see something. On that token of rapid bartering, I can probably enchant cooldown. Where was the cooldown? Here and here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this one has less things. So the chances of getting cooldown on this one is a bit bigger. Keeps giving me the same thing. I think this is bugged. I mean, 4 or 5 times in a row getting crit chance. Okay, crit damage. Crit chance. Come on, really? I don't think... now, physical damage. Well, now I'm gonna have to keep trying to roll for the cooldown. In the meantime, I can use the Phoenix one. By the way, what pet skills am I using? This, okay, makes sense.
If it isn't all, what's their name? Seen it before.
Anchored, Infamous, and Act 3.
Seen it before. If you think you can take it. I've got one of those at home.
Just trying to find a better map, something with better fixes on it. This one is not bad. Cursed Relic, Infamous, 25.
You think you can take it.
Unique Reliquarian.
So decisive. You're up to the challenge?
This one's not bad either, but double HP might be a bit boring.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Current Infamous.
Oh, so tough.
Wayne says legendary weapons. He means the new ones, the lightning bower and the what's its name, the sword of the Lost Legion. I think that's the ones that he's referring to in regards to new legendary weapons. Okay, I said 25 for this one, right? Cursed Relic, Infamous. Haseo0806. What do you mean by if I've gotten any new legendaries? I constantly get legendaries, but there's not that many new ones. Like if you look at my legendarium, I've got 14 out of 15 Railmaster items, so I'm missing the tenderizer. Not that I really need it or anything, but sometime I might make a tenderizer build, because with the tenderizer, you see it fires 2 additional bullets in a spread for 6 seconds when you activate the train car. And if you get tier 3 on the train car, piercing enemies for 10 seconds after using an active train skill, that means it's probably gonna pierce with all those extra AoEs from the tenderizer. But I don't really need it, and yeah, I keep getting legendaries, but not the ones I need. And right now I don't need a legendary, I need a blue sword. Like this one, but instead of damage to goblins, bleeding chance, or instead of damage to goblins, another regular damage. What? That's what I need right now. I mean, I wouldn't mind another shoulders, maybe cosmic, but with instead of gold work damage to flamethrower car, and instead of block chance, maybe defense there. Let's see. Come on. Where's the elites? One elite. Although that's a minion. Not sure if it counts as an elite. Oh, where did those come from? Oh, look at that. There's this one as well. Come on. Should I try and put some more together? Let's see. Got some purpose. My train is invisible. Oh no, it's not invisible, it's here. See, I put many of them together. That ended up like a fun stacking of enemies. But yeah, the survivability of this build is pretty decent. The damage might be kind of shit. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not great. But the survivability, I'm just face tanking stuff with taking turns between the damage reductions and the healing. It's definitely fun. This one survived somehow. And that's without even using a shield car. I'm gonna go this way first. Come on. There we go. Drop the fame. No fame, no gain. Come on, boom. And number two. Boom. Okay, next. Hey, something dropped there, but I think that's my chest. That's not the legendary. I think that's the reward chest. Yeah, I've already opened that one. Just had to make sure. Any enemies worth stopping for? I don't think so. What about here? There we go. Do those even give me fame, the minions, if there's no champion next to them? I mean, there is a yellow one now, so I'm gonna kill that one. But I don't think the minions, if it's just minions, would give me fame. Wow, my train car shot this way when the enemy is this way. Wasted its hits. Let's see if I've missed some chat. Hasil says Halloween. Oh, you mean the Halloween legendaries? I've gotten the mace and the great sword, but I haven't gotten any of the set items. Not yet. I'm farming for those right now. I'm farming fame so I can get gear bundles, because right now they don't really drop from the Vizier dungeon. They only drop from gear bundles, which is not intended. It's not intended. They would fix it so they would drop from enemies in the Vizier dungeon, which is what they're supposed to drop from. If only I could immobilize this guy. This one was a long map. I wanted to clear everything though, stopping only for elites. see here. This one's a little bit tougher than the others. Got him. Okay, let's see. Ghost Train damage. No thanks. But maybe I can make a Ghost Train build eventually. I miss my old Slammer Ghost Train build. When Ghost Train was part of the Slammer tree, and when the Slammer tree was called Lineage instead of Slammer. But it was nice getting Ghost Train boosted by damage to Slammer skills from Pound. Okay, what's here? I'm at contract level 91. Okay, one more map and then I can go and do some gambling. And it's essential, but it's tier 3, Act 3. Picking a map takes longer than doing the map sometimes.
That makes me strangely hungry.
If only they add some filtering so you can look for affixes, for map affixes. 22 and 21 are good.
I mean, what could go wrong? That doesn't sound so tough. Seen it before.
Dividing Infamous. Maybe that's the best thing I can do right now. Let's see. Okay, we've got something to spawn. And some more. Can we get one more pack to spawn here? Over there. I think that's about it in this part. Let's check if something spawns here. Now it's time to AoE. Where did the zombie go? Over here. Come on, zombie. Swipe Lip. He's called Swipe Lip. Wow, he got one shot or two shot or something. This one's challenge level 16, that's why they die quicker. They don't have much HP here. Okay, we got... oh, okay. We got two packs to spawn, a unique and an elite. Now why is that one standing there? Come here, come join us. Skelly man, come on, don't be afraid. You're gonna get re-dead. Klaus is back. And Terry the Tank, thank you very much for the resub. Terry, thank you very much. Um, I saw you saying something about that yesterday. I didn't know what you meant. I guess you meant for today. Thank you very much. Right in the feels. And he says, uh, wait. Klaus says, hey dude, you plan on playing PD2? What's PD2? And yeah, thank you again very much, Terry. Right in the feels. Right in the feels.
You can't cast that spell here.
4 months in a row for Terry.
You can't use that skill.
You just so you can share it. Oh, Project Diablo 2. Okay, the one we talked about yesterday. I'm not sure whether I can play it, because again I can't find my original Diablo key, Diablo not key but CDs. We used to have a case of Diablo and World of Destruction and all of that, so I'm not sure how the mod is, whether it's a standalone mod, whether it needs the original game. If it does need the original game, I'd rather not download torrents, and I'd rather play the legit copy. So I'm not sure whether I'm gonna try and play it. Most likely not, because I'm gonna be too busy with other games. I mean, there's Torchlight 3, then there's Godfall, then there's gonna be Cyberpunk, and then there's gonna be Warhammer Chaosbane with the new DLC. If I do end up playing Project Diablo 2, it's not gonna be soon. It's gonna be probably next year. So for this year, and the schedule seems to be pretty tight. In fact, I'm gonna have to be juggling multiple things at the same time, and doing one day one game, the other day the other, something like that every now and then. I need another bone. Alright, come on game, give a dog a bone. Drop that rare bone. And there we go, the bone is here. And there we go. Of course, my flamethrower car shot in the opposite direction of the boss, and we didn't burst her the way we should have. Yeah, this build's definitely... oh, this is a very good weapon for a poison build. There's chance to poison. Add some more poison. Oh, and that reminds me, this DMB track poison. Klaus, do you know the track poison? I'm pretty sure you know it. where there's this guy shouting, poison! And then there's some... something like that. I can't remember the exact beat. Kedrick's saying she's gonna run to the store. Thank you, Kedrick, for leaving the stream up. And yeah, until later for Kedrick. He says, I'm tired, I wanna grind some more, so I need it, but it's not far, so back in 20. Are you gonna play PD2 today? It's at 19:007 p.m. I'm not sure. As I said, I'm gonna be too busy with that. But you guys who will play PD, if you're gonna be playing Project Diablo 2, you can group up. Klaus on YouTube and Kedrick on on Twitch. And yeah, Klaus says it's a bow poison. Okay, so that's the track. Yeah, it's a decent track. I love the bass on that track. At one point there's that deep bass in it. That's like something like that. I can't make the sound. I mean, I'm not that great at trying to beatbox some stuff. But yeah. Contract level 98. So close. Alright, one more map and then we're gonna go Gambo. I wanna get the contract levels over 100. Yeah, I guess he's an absolute savage. Speaking of savage, let's do this savage uniques map. Just for the sake of speaking of savage things. Let's do this map. Let's see here. Oh, come on, come on. Take that, take that. I've powered him. Come on, come on. And he died. Any more elites spawning? Oh wait, where's my train? Did I do this whole part of the map? No, I actually had the train at the start. I guess it just disappeared. I'm pretty sure I had the train at the first encounter. Come on, come on. Okay, let's keep moving this way. Any more greeny greens? Oh wait, I need to go back. I've missed some parts of the map. And we need some bones as well. Maybe we can get them here. Okay, see, we missed 2 greens. Oh, more than 2, 3 greens. Well, glad I came back here. That's some 450 fame right there from those 3 enemies. Contract level and a half, roughly. A little bit less. Where's my train? Oh, okay, it's here. I didn't see it for a moment. I was wondering what happened to it. Now my inventory is full. Hammer spin, more than I. Damage versus goblins. This goblin damage is pretty nice when you stack it. Okay, let's check for some more greeny greens. One greeny green there, two greeny green. Can we get a third one? Three greeny greens again, nice. Let's group them up. I did a lot of face tanking there with all the healing and all the damage reduction stacking. Right, any more greeny greens on this side of the map? There's probably one here. Maybe not. Maybe one here. I guess not. Okay, let's just move. There's maybe a few greens left over here. Quite a long Vultura village layout. I'm gonna check the end and then kill the greeny greens on my way back, unless they follow me. If they follow me over here, that's fine. Now, can I group up the witch with the other three? I don't think I can. We'll see. Oh shit, I used my flamethrower card before using the swallowing and the vulnerability. She's not coming, she's standing there. I'm gonna have to pull the others this way. Okay. So this way. And Alvaro says, hey, do you know if the train counts as a minion? Yes, the train counts as a minion, and the benefit from Bane train builds is amazing. I have a build with the train on a Bane. It's called Miasmic Train. You might want to check this one out. It's on my website here, struckclub.xyz. So yes, you can get that 100% minion damage from Bane for your flamethrower or shotgun or other car. And it's amazing. It's amazing damage. It's probably one of the highest damage train builds you can make, the one on a Bane. So you can check it on my website, look for Miasmic Train. Miasmic Train, it was uploaded recently, it's not that long ago, probably last week around this time or so. And yeah, that's your that's some suggestions on how to build such a setup. I normally always include multiple versions of how to allocate the skill points. So there's definitely a good thing to do with minions and trains. A lot of damage that you can get that way. There's two ways how to do a Bane Railmaster train build. One of them is focusing on the train and stacking flamethrower car damage and stacking that minion damage for the flamethrower car. Another one is focusing on minions other than the train, which is a little bit weaker. Actually, not a little bit, it's a lot weaker as a build, but it's more fun, at least for me, when I'm stacking all sorts of different minions. Especially now with Sword of the Lost Legion, you can stack even more skeletons than before. So I hope you enjoyed. I really hope you enjoyed. Your Bane train build. It's one of the meta builds right now. Playing a Bane Railmaster with stacking minion damage and using flamethrower car and the Doom Pipe. The Doom Pipe is something you really want. Doom Pipe and then maybe the Shotgunner Shield. If you use Shotgun car, you can try and equip a Shotgunner's Shield on yourself or slot it in the Legendarium. And this one. Those two items are pretty decent for such builds. Alright, let's see this way. See, this shouldn't be possible to roll. Getting bonus damage to great weapons and then getting bonus damage to pistol attacks on the same items. This shouldn't drop. If it gives you bonus damage to one weapon, it shouldn't give you bonus damage to another on the same item. Because it's physically impossible to take advantage of both affixes. So they should rework the rolling script of those affixes to not be able to roll together. The weapon specific basic attack affixes. We'll see. We'll see. Come on, load up, load up, load up. So my pet needs to go and sell some stuff. In the meantime, I'm ready to go to the outpost. Let's go to the outpost and do some gambling. And collect some contract rewards. I've got 100 contracts to collect now. Time to get some gear. And then sell it.
You can't cast that spell here.
Take a chance. Spend some coin.
Take a chance, spend some coin. Let's see.
Let's keep this our little secret.
Okay. So here we go. Collecting contract rewards. 106 contract levels left to claim. It's gonna take a while. You might bring some popcorn and watch me get destroyed by the RNG from all those bundles.
I've procured fresh stock. I'll be waiting.
Should I save the legendary gear bundles and open them at once? Let's save some. Let's try and open 5 together, or maybe we'll see how many.
Take a chance. Spend some coin.
Okay.
Till next time.
Opening them one by one. I'm gonna save up some of the legendary gear bundles to open them together.
Let's keep this our little secret.
Wow, so many skills on this one item. Sometimes you do get items like this, plus 3 to a certain skill 3 times for 3 different skills on the same item.
Is that all?
Okay, let's see. No, no. I was too quick to press escape. Okay, let's collect some more. There's definitely a lot of legendary gear bundles that we're getting from this collection. I should get 10 or 11 total legendary gear bundles.
Stuck.
Hopefully I get a good sword. I'm really hoping for a nice sword from all those bundles. Especially from the blue ones.
I'll be waiting.
So we've got 5 already. And Epic Fail Me says, I love the content made, keep it coming. I will, I'll keep it going. I will keep the content going. And Davey Antonio says, hello, hello Davey. Welcome back. Sorry if I'm late with the replies. Alvaro says, I'll keep an eye on your build then. And Rabbi2 says, but bye, thank you for your help, have a good game. Thank you Rabbi2, have a good evening or whatever time of the day it is there. Thanks for stopping by. And 6pats94 says, when can we expect a new patch for the game? Well, probably hotfix this week to fix some of the broken things with the last patch. We did get a big patch last week. Not huge, but it was still a substantially big patch with a lot of fixes. So sometime this month you can expect another big patch. Maybe some content update.
Let's keep this our
Maybe
little
some new content would be coming. I know they're working on changes to the Forged. The Forged class is currently undergoing some reformations, some reworks. So I know this is coming eventually, maybe this month. But I can't tell you for sure when and what type of patch we can expect. But it should be this month. There should be within 2-3 weeks from now some sort of bigger patch. That's how it has been with the updates with this game.
I procured fresh stock.
This is tempting. I'm gonna keep it. So if this one had a socket, it would have been a nice one.
I'll be waiting.
Well, I'm gonna have to start opening the legendary gear bundles. I'm gonna have to start opening those gear bundles because there's not much room
Let's keep this
to
our
collect
little
other stuff.
secret. Till next time.
Right, let's start opening some. Okay. 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 Full.
Take a chance. Spend some coin.
This is pretty good for Egg of Mayhem, Railmaster basic attack builds.
Is that all?
So let's try and open. Basically the RNG yet again strikes with bad luck. Bad luck with that RNG.
I procured fresh stock.
Okay, let's sell some stuff.
Till next time.
Almost done opening those bundles. But yeah, if I let them gather much more and more and build up, I'm just not gonna have time to open all of them at once. So when I get 100 contract levels, it's time to open them. Otherwise, it's gonna be too long the next time I'm opening. Wait, did I?
Good fresh stuff.
Yeah, I forgot to sell the snack stick.
Till next time.
Battery RAM. How many contract levels? 21 contract levels left. We can see the end. We can see the light at the end of the opening tunnel. I still haven't gotten a single one of the new items though. And I do know they drop from bundles for now until they fix it to drop as drops. Wait, did I sell a blue bundle? No, it wasn't blue.
Is that all?
I think I can collect all those 8.
Let's keep this here a little secret.
And I'm close to 20k. So I can gamble for swords.
Till next time.
Okay, final few things to open. Kind of unlucky with the legendary drops, as usual. And this one's not bad for burning builds. But it's a sword.
I'll be waiting. Let's keep this here a little
Now I'm gonna do something. Just making some room, and now I'm gonna start gambling for one-handed to try and get a good sword. I need sword with chance to bleed flat damage or 2 times flat damage in the middle. And the socket. See, like this, but with bleed. Come on, come on. I know you wanna drop. I know you wanna drop. Come on. Well, next time. It's not gonna be now. We're out of gold coins. This one's nice for a shock build.
Till next time.
With that chance to shock. Although for a shock build I would ideally have a mace like it. Well, okay. That was a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Let's go back to doing maps. Sixpat says, I've just noticed a lot of skill bugs. Bane Relic, thanks man, have a nice one today. Sixpat, which bugs are you referring to on the Bane? Do you mean the one where Miasma gives you the melee damage reduction? Terry the Tank says, what more endgame would you like to see come next? Or what do you think there will be adding to the end game? Well, I would really like to see a defend mode or survival mode. Like, think Crucible in Grimdown, think Tower of Chaos in Chaos Bane, but better. Actually, no, not like the Tower of Chaos. I would prefer something like the Crucible in Grim Dawn. It's my kind of preferred end game. I mean, the Tower of Chaos is again survival mode, but it's different because you're constantly changing maps and constantly going up. But I would like to see a map where you're standing in place, maybe defending against hordes of enemies in one place, maybe protecting something, maybe without the protecting part. Um, and something where you have checkpoints where you can either stop or continue playing, and based on how far you go you get more wood, and based on what checkpoint you start from, so just like the Crucible and Grim Dawn, to be able to start from certain checkpoints higher um, in the tower or whatever you want to call it. Something like that would be nice. Another type of endgame content I would like to see is Ubers. Ubers similar to Grim Dawn's Nemesis system, where you go into those zones, those story zones, and you have different Ubers that can spawn in different places, and you have to find them. So for example, let's say there's a Uber that can spawn in the Grand Hall and in the Vultura village, or in the Machine Works and in the King's Plateau. Actually, that makes very good sense. King's Plateau and Machine Works, there's some nice automaton population there, so maybe an automaton Uber. And you know, it's gonna be either in one place or in the other, and you have to figure out where exactly that monster is. Some of them might be in the dungeons. Think of the Nemesis system in Grim Dawn. This would make you want to go back to those zones, but big but not that kind of but though, but yeah, a big but would be they first need to make a system where the enemies scale with your level. Um, Before making such an Nemesis system, they need to make it after beating Act 3 to have those zones scale with your level. So if you're level 50, you would see level 50 enemies. If you're level 60, you would see level 60 enemies, and so on, after beating the story of the game. And then that system with the Ubers would make a lot of sense to have it the way it is. I don't think I'm gonna need this. I don't think I'm gonna need this either. I don't think I'm gonna need this either. Just trying to get rid of some items I'm not gonna need. Then what else? But yeah, there's so many ideas I've got. I've talked many times about my ideas for endgame things in my stream, and I would need a whole day to list every single idea I can come up with. If you give me a week, I can come up with so many things that they would need years of development to implement those. I would like to have a naval battle. By naval battle, I mean, I'm gonna explain it. I've said it multiple times, but I'm gonna say, just let me finish this. You know, on the loading screen there is this sea monster. So basically, you're boarding a ship, and this ship is gonna take you to the sea monster. But on the way to the sea monster, you are constantly getting some sea creatures attacking your ship, and you have to fend them off for a few minutes until you reach the sea monster. And that would be some sort of a raid content, killing the kraken, killing the sea monster, the monster from the map on the loading screen. Okay, I'm not gonna need this, so let's put this here. I don't think I'm gonna need this either, so let's put this. And anything else I can get rid of? Cave breakers, yeah, not gonna use those. Let's put this and this. And yeah, this thing with the sea monster, you see, it's this one. No, actually, I can't show you that one. I can show you in a moment. Where was that that sea monster? Torchlight 3, Fankit, October. Game content, backgrounds. No, it's on voting screens. Voting screens. Okay, so that's the one. This sea monster. I'm gonna zoom in. See this sea monster here. So you're boarding the ship and you're moving towards the sea monster, and for a few minutes you have to fend off enemies, or for a few waves instead of time limit. Maybe it has to be few waves, and you're fending off some sea creatures that are jumping on board of the ship. And once you reach the sea creature, it becomes a big massive raid when one person needs to control the ship, and the other people need to maybe do damage. And there's gonna be some phases where you exhaust the monster, and you can get closer and attack. And maybe someone would be using cannons. So when you're on the ship, there should be cannons on both sides. And based on the driving abilities of the ship driver, you are either gonna be taking damage and the ship will get destroyed, or you will be positioning the ship very nicely, avoiding the monster's attacks, and positioning the ship in such a way where your teammates can shoot from the cannons on the side. And during the phases where it's exhausted, you switch to spells and ranged attacks and things like that. Get closer, attack it, and then back to the phase where you're controlling the ship and moving away. See, that's the type of content I would like to see, but this would take a lot of development to make, because it's something that first it requires naval combat, it requires mechanics with shooting cannons, it requires mechanics with controlling the ship as well. But it's doable. There's games that have done a naval movement, etc. on Unreal Engine. There's a game on Steam called Maelstrom. That's actually you fighting with others, controlling ships and things like that. So it's doable. It's doable, and it's gonna be so fun as a raid mechanic. I would really love to see this done one day. One day, something like this. It may not be in this game. It may be in a different one. So Sixpat says Spectral Spider doesn't apply poison, Revolt doesn't reset the scout. Oh yeah, Revolt not resetting the scout's bones is so broken. It's been like this for 5 months, ever since the early access started, and they still haven't figured out a way to fix it. I'm either suspecting there's something seriously broken there, or they just haven't started working on this one because it's not high on their priority list. Spectral Spider not applying poison. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Are you talking about the bomb? The tier 1 Spectral Spider bombs. I need to open my browser in a moment to see exactly what is supposed to apply poison there. And yeah, legendary chronometer not working. I don't really use it because I don't think it's needed if you have Revolt. I can't use my skills so often that the chronometer would really be needed. But maybe if you're using something more spammy, maybe then you might need it. With Onslaught the chronometer might be pretty nice. But yeah, I hope they fix those things. And thank you Rivim for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. So let me check what you're talking about in regards to Spectral Spider. What is Spectral Spider supposed to poison with? Poisoning enemies for 98% weapon damage. So you're referring to this poison damage. The X% weapon damage for 4 seconds. Or are you referring to the tier 2 bonus? A cone of poison missiles, but yeah, those are actually not poisoning. So yeah, I guess you're referring to this 98% weapon damage for 4 seconds, this one. Wait, why did it change? To this one. But yeah, I mean, this hopefully gets fixed. The poison is not the best thing about it, but it's definitely gonna be nice to get fixed. But in general, in this game, damage over time is not as strong as regular damage, or at least didn't used to be. I've not done any damage over time builds for a long time, so maybe I need to do one soon. Try and do a rainbow build with burn, poison, and bleed. Maybe with a little bit of shock with shock bolts to accompany this. And if I'm doing a rainbow build, I'm probably gonna use the Wide Walled Cave Breaker and maybe the Whitening Bower, so I have more hits per second and more chances to apply those things. And it's gonna be interesting to do some sort of a rainbow build. I think the Electrode would be a perfect relic for a rainbow build, because you can try and get the ailments from the other things, for poison, burn, and bleeding from skills, and from the weapon, and maybe offhand or gauntlets. But you can get the shock from the Electrode and a lot of proc stuff over there. Another thing that's gonna be great for such a build would be Flaming Destroyer, because there's good procs there as well. You can get the burning from it, and then just get the bleeding, the shock, and the poison from gear and skills. I'm just wondering which hero would be best suited for something like this. Spin to win rainbow build forged might be fun to try. And Six Paths, thank you as well for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Pop to you too. I think I've just disabled my alerts by accident. Oh no, I haven't, because I didn't hear the sound. I'm not sure if it showed up on the stream, the alerts animation when you followed. But thanks, really appreciate it, and welcome to the Struck Club to everyone who's new. And until next time, Six Paths. But yeah, there are things that really have been out there unfixed for a long time. And I love Scout's Bones with Infectious Shooter, and if they fix Revolt on this skill, this is gonna be such a boost for builds. For the Scout's Bones Infectious Shooter builds. It's gonna be a huge DPS boost. I mean, imagine doing 3 times in a row the Infectious Shooter Scout's Bones skill after reloading twice. One between each cast. Pretty interesting. Let's see over there. I missed a part of the map over there, but I'm not gonna return for it. So some fame has been missed. Come on. Do damage, come on, do damage. Doesn't wanna do much. Alright, there we go. Not a fan when they're split up, when the packs are split up and I can't AoE them. Okay, let's go this way. Alright, maybe over here. Oh, there we go. They spawned. Let's keep moving. Just when I was about to use my ult, it silenced me. And I couldn't. Alright, now I can. Now, just when I was about to use my hammer spin, it silenced the hammer spin. It's as if it knows what skill I'm gonna use, and it's just silencing that skill. See, when it's silencing the build train, I don't really mind it. Okay. Got that fame. 450 fame from this boss fight, pretty decent. Okay, moving on. But yeah, my work with those gear bundles was pretty terrible. Not a single legendary item that I really needed, but at least I got some legendary items that maybe I can use eventually with some other build. Although I don't think so, but yeah. Hopefully soon I do find my first piece of the new sets. And Ember Heart sets from those gear bundles.
Step right up, contestant.
I only wish that we could stack those gear bundles. It's just not fair when the game is forcing you to constantly click to collect items, and then click to sell the items, then click to open the items, and they're just it's like you're playing a clicker game. Too many clicking, and you have to constantly go back from the inventory to the collection menu, to the inventory to the collection menu. Instead of stacking all those resource bundles together and all those gear bundles together and all those essence bundles as well. I've already written this on note as a suggestion to make every single one of those bundles and things that you collect from the contracts stackable. All those consumables we get as rewards to be stackable. It makes no sense for them to not be stackable. If you give me a logical explanation why they shouldn't be stackable, sure, I'm gonna agree, but I don't think there is a logical explanation why those shouldn't be stackable, other than prolonging and making it slower for people to collect their contract rewards and to then use them. It's very non-user friendly. Very non-user friendly the way it's designed right now, with all that unnecessary switching between one HUD menu and another HUD menu. Alright, let's do that. See, those things I understand not to stack, because they're kind of hard to stack unless you get 2 times of the same exact recipe. But all those bundles are the perfect candidate for something that could stack until like 20 or 25 pieces per stack. Especially the green bundles that have been removed by accident for now. Those green bundles, you get 3 of them, one at a time, 1 per slot, and you get 3 of them per collection. So by just collecting a single contract level, it's taking up 3 spaces of your consumables inventory. which makes me wanna not collect my contract rewards ever. It makes me wanna just stop collecting contract rewards. It's so discouraging filling up your contract space so often. Thankfully those are right now not in the game, but they will be once they hotfix this. Come on, come on. Why can't I? Yeah, they surrounded me in such a way where I couldn't move at all. Ah, that's where my train was. I was wondering what happened to it. Come on. Where's the elites? Oh, there we go, elite. We can stop here and kill them. Yeah, again, stuck, can't move. They keep getting me stuck. Oh, alright, I need to go this way first. But maybe, just maybe, check here for a champion spawn. Cosmic boots. I don't know how many times I've gotten this item today. Maybe it's the third or fourth time I'm getting cosmic boots today. I just keep getting the same stuff over and over. At least it's helping me min-max that one specific spot on my inventory, if not anything else. Come on, come on. And someone's telling me the great donkey says to give Sky a petting. Yeah, I will. Let's kill those enemies and give Sky a petting. He was just being a little bit unhappy right now, trying to beg me for some food. Although he ate like 1-2 hours ago, so it's too early for him to eat again. But he was kind of unhappy, and he ate some of his leftovers. He had 2 grains of food, 2 nibbles or whatever it's called, of food that he had left there on his feeding place. He said some meow meow, and now he's quiet. I will give him a petting though. Let's try and find a safe spot without enemies. Maybe over here. Sky? Oh, they're coming after me. He saw me. Alright, I'm gonna go and give him a petting. He came here. He came here to me. Okay. There we go. I think he thought I'm gonna give him food. Sky, say hello, come. I tried to pick him up and he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy. And he ran away. I think he's angry at me because I'm not giving him the food he wants. But yeah, it's for his health. He can't eat as much as he wants. And this map cannot be completed until I kill some skeletons, so let's start killing stuff. I'm not sure if you can hear him meowing.
Your pet is running away. You can't do that here.
What's happening with the rare bones? It's not been dropping any for a long time. Does it work in such a way that once it drops all the rare bones, it stops dropping and now I have to go back and pick them up wherever they dropped? Because as far as I remember, it used to be able to drop more than you need for the quest. And I don't remember where it dropped those bones. I can try and keep killing, but it doesn't. Okay, there we go. It started dropping.
You can't cast that. You can't do that here.
I think I can collect those and then try and get the other two. Come on, one more drop, there we go. If we go to the boss. Oh, come on. Wow, this guy took a beating. It took 2 bursts, or maybe 3 bursts to get him down. Normally it wouldn't take more than 2. I guess I didn't play my skills right. I didn't do the proper rotation with vulnerability, then slow, and then using my flamethrower car for that extra 95% additional damage. What's the time? 7:30 p.m. and I've been streaming for 5 hours 41 minutes. Well, I can try and stream for another maybe 2.5 hours until 10, and then maybe go have my dinner at 10 instead of 10:30. Because I've been getting very hungry. Let's see. Those are not bad, but no socket. These ones are not better than the ones I've got. I'm still gonna put them somewhere in the storage though. Let's see, maybe this one. Wait, what am I wearing here? Phoenix token. But I'm gonna try and disenchant this and enchant it again. I just can't get this stupid cooldown reduction. I've wasted so much money on this one pet tack and it just doesn't want to give me the cooldown reduction. Unique's essential. Soul Traps Infamous.
But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back? So decisive. So decisive.
Hard to find the map I want. Come on.
That's interesting. What will it be? Sweet. I just finished.
Nimbo Infamous. Maybe I can do this one because it's goblins. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this one. Seems like a good map to do. Take this. Oh, from the get-go, a unique. Oh wait, my train's not here yet. Thought I heard a good item dropping. I wish they had a special sound for when a legendary item drops that's more distinct. I said that like more than a year ago in one of the dev streams. I asked in the chat if it's possible to make a more celebratory sound for when a legendary item drops. In case, for example, let's say you're playing in multiplayer and it drops somewhere far from you. On the other side of the map if you've split from your teammate. And if you miss the icon on the map, if you're not using the big map and you don't see it because it's off of range, it would be nice to hear that sound, to know that this item has dropped for you out there. You might want to decide to split push. You're pushing one side of the map, the teammates pushing the other side to clear out things quickly, and then if you hear the sound of an item dropping as a legendary, then you can go ahead and pick it up. Wait, why didn't... Okay, there we go. Wait, okay, there we go. And boom. Let's group them up. here maybe. I don't see any elites here. Okay. This map is a little bit broken. I'm talking about this the overlay map and this one. Kind of offset far from my actual position and everything. Cusco 59, Cusco 59, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Pub to you. It's really appreciated.
You can't cast that spell here.
Overseer Hate Wash. Let's give him something to wash about. Here we go. Boom. Release. Boom. Choker. Come on. I need to hydrate a little. There we go. This bug. Okay, it's fixed now. Right, pet, go sell, and let's start the next map. Still not giving me any good rolls on those maps, so I'm just going back to the previous ones to try and get something better. It's been a while since I did Infamous Uniques. Just doesn't want to drop it. Status Immune Infamous, not bad. Uniques Infamous, finally. So I'm contract level 28. Uncollected contract levels. Let's see after this map from 28 to what number we're gonna jump. How many contract, how many fame levels can we get with this one map? Okay, here we are. Where are the uniques? What's happening? Why aren't they spawning? Okay, there's one. That was pretty weird. Why at the top I didn't see a single one spawning. Maybe it could have been delayed spawns. Should I return and see if there was a delayed spawn? No, no delayed spawns. Those spawners were just not active, I guess, for champions. No champions here. No champion spawns here. What's happening? Only one champion so far. This seems super bad if so far I've only seen one champion spawn. That's the worst amount of spawns on ridiculous I've seen in a map so far. So 2 champions only. I hope if it doesn't have that many champions at the start, maybe it catches up in the middle and the end of the map and gives me more champions there. Okay, let's see over here. Just waiting for the train to catch up with me. So far 3 champions only. That's super bad. Maybe we need to anger the goblins by killing some of their minions, some of the squishy ones, to force them to spawn. And because there weren't any champions and I wasn't stopping to kill any on my way, now I have to go back and kill some goblins for the quest. Because yeah, full map with just 4 champions including this one. This is the 4th one. That's one of the worst maps I've done in regards to how many times it spawns a champion. For an infamous Unix map, this is just a joke. I'm probably not gonna even get more than 6-7 fame levels, contract levels in this map. Okay, let's find some goblins to kill now for the quest. And is that it? 5 more. I can find 5 more on my way. I hope. If I don't find 5 more on my way there, then that's gonna be a shame. Okay, 2 more. So 3. They're probably on this side. Where are they? 3 goblins. Come on. We need 3 goblins. Did this one count as a goblin? He counted. Oh no, please tell me there's... there's no goblins here. Fuck this map. The worst map ever. I hope there's some goblins in front of this. There normally are. There normally are a few. Okay, nice. But yeah, 4 champions on an infamous Unix map. I would have done much better if I did anything that's not a Unix infamous map. My contract levels right now went from 28 to 37, so only 9 contract levels in this map. I mean, only. It's still good, but it's not great, and it's probably gonna go to 11. 11 contract levels most likely is what I'm gonna get at the end of the map. But it could have been 20, it could have been 25.
You can't do that here. Your pack is full.
Okay, let's check my contract levels. 38. So I got a total of 10 contract levels. For an Infamous Unix map, that's probably one of the worst cases. But it's still a gear bundle, a legendary gear bundle for those 10 contract levels. By the way, any updates on the Discord regarding hotfixes or something? I'm just checking on Discord the announcements. Yeah, there's no updates recently. Maybe it's not gonna be today. Maybe tomorrow or the day after, we could see some sort of hotfix for certain things.
Oh, I know what you're here for.
Not good options. We'll keep trying until something good shows. Oh no, not the boss one. String close up infamous goblins. 26. I'm gonna remember this. 26.
I could do that. What will it be? Sweet.
Come on, give me something nice.
Fix on that level. Oh, are you sure? But can you do it with one arm tied behind your back?
Yeah, let's do the 26 map.
If you think you... This won't hurt much.
It's worth it. So it's 8 p.m. by the way, here where I am. And TV Audi says, what is this game about? Well, this game, I'm not sure what exactly you're asking, whether you're asking about the story in the game, whether you're asking about the type of game it is. If you've played Diablo, Path of Exile, Grim Dawn, Titan Quest, that's this type of game, this kind of game. As for the story is nothing too fancy, nothing too special, but people normally don't play such games for the story. They play it for what happens after you finish the story, for the end game, for the loot, for the build diversity. That's what it is with looter games. So the story is basically you defending against baddies, those purple creatures, the Netherim. Without spoiling much, they're wreaking havoc around the world of Novistrea, and yeah, you have to kind of eradicate the threat. As in most games, there are some bad creatures and you have to beat them. This map, by the way, I can't zoom out in this map. This map has a penalty, a handicap, called extreme close-up. So basically the zoom you're seeing on this map, this is the zoom as far as it can go on this map because of the handicap, the extreme close-up handicap. So it's not like I want to play this zoomed, it's just the map is like that. But it's not like the game cannot zoom out when doing other maps. fame. But yeah, it's definitely a game that can be fun. Um, there isn't much gameplay, not gameplay, end game variety right now, so it could become a bit boring if you stick to the same hero. But if you constantly change heroes and make outs and play different builds, you can get a lot of fun from the game. But if you're the type of person that wants to stick to the same character for hundreds of hours, maybe the game could become boring with the lack of things to do other than what I'm doing right now, which is the Fazir's dungeon, the end game. Other than this one activity, there isn't much more to do. That's why the way I play this game is I make a hero, I make a build out of it, maybe I respec it and make a second build, and then few days later I make another hero and make more builds, because you have 20 archetypes. Archetypes are class plus subclass. It's not official name, it's just how I call them. So you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses, and each class can go with each subclass, which gives you a total of 20 combinations. And in each combination you have a bunch of builds you can make, like 10 plus builds. So that's 200 plus builds you can make across the board, considering every class, every subclass, and all different types of items and skills that you can take in the build. And thank you for the follow, Audi, very much on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. Cozy88 says, I haven't really played much since pre-release. Is there still any clear best class like Duskmage used to be? Not really. I mean, there's clear worst class, and that's the Ranged Forged. The Ranged Forged right now is a little bit underpowered, but not by that much. But you're gonna see a difference playing a Ranged Forged if you don't focus on the relic, but focus on the Forged itself. I mean, Furnace Blast maybe is one exception, but Rapid Strike is terrible. I mean, Rapid Fire, not Rapid Strike. Rapid Fire is terrible. Swag Shot is terrible. Poison Dart, kind of. I'm not a fan of Cold Launch. I like Sonic Pulse. I've always liked Sonic Pulse. But with the subclasses, if you've played pre-launch, the subclasses, the way they are right now, they definitely bring a lot to the table. With the relics being subclasses, I'm not sure if you've played since they made the changes to the relics. On my YouTube channel, I've got videos about all sorts of things. I've got extended Ultimate Newbie Guide with 3 parts, 3 separate videos, because there was so much stuff to cover. I've got some guides about how to choose your subclass based on what builds you want to make, which I think is a very interesting watch for people who may have played the last time when the relics were something you can craft and you can switch, because now it's a permanent choice. So you're stuck with the subclass, so I think that's something important to know what each relic can offer you. But the Duskmage has been reworked. Duskmage, it used to have dark buff, light buff. Now it has harmonic form, and harmonic form does not activate until you charge both the light and dark buff. And then both the light and dark buffs start dissipating at the same time. So it means you're gaining the most out of the light and dark buffs right now. And the Duskmage has been buffed, because it was a little bit weak compared to Sharpshooter and Railmaster. And they buffed up many skills. And the only skill that didn't get a buff is Spirit Well, and the only skill that got a nerf by 10% is Dark Spears. Anything else got buffed, but the Celestial Gauntlets got nerfed. So you get half of the bonus damage you can get. Celestial Gauntlets before used to give you up to 200% extra damage. Right now you can get 100. So the buff of the skills and the nerf of the Celestial Gauntlets kind of rebalanced this. And now the Disc Mage is strong even without Celestial Gauntlets. But of course with Celestial Gauntlets during harmonic form it's super strong still. Whereas, and this makes it so that you don't need to get items to be strong. They kind of made it a little bit easier to level up a Disc Mage for a new person that doesn't have some items in the Legendarium and things like that. Sharpshooter, for example, is super strong in the early levels and very strong in the high levels. The Railmaster with Flamethrower car tier 3 is super strong as well. Electrode and Flamethrower, not Flamethrower, Flaming Destroyer builds, very good for damage. And if you're doing a minion build with the Train, like with Bane and Train, that's also super strong. And Koji says, because the relic seems stronger than most classes at the moment, so if people just spec deep into the relic, I feel classes, yeah, they lose a little bit of the identity, but for me that's actually fun. The relics being so strong. But for some people it might seem like the relic is the main class and the other thing is the subclass, but you still have the main mechanic. I mean, if you spec deeply into Bane and you have a Train, well, you're not gonna be that strong if the Train is gone. You're not gonna be that strong if you don't have Lantern Flash. You're not gonna be that strong if you're not using Blasting Charge or if you're not slowing enemies to benefit from this one. So the same goes for the Disc Mage. If you're not building the light and dark buff bar and use harmonic form, you're not gonna be as strong because you're losing a ton of damage that way. The Forged though, you can make a Forged without using much skills. Just focusing on the defensive capabilities of the Forged, maybe taking a Flaming Destroyer or an Electrode build, and focusing deeply into the relic, and then just using the power projection, using Sonic Pulse, maybe using the basic attacks proc, and maybe Vortex Bomb for the extra defense on a Forged. So that's one case where you can have a build barely speccing into the class just a little bit. But for Disc Mage you kind of need to. You kind of need to spec into certain skills to keep the harmonic form duration doubled. You kind of need to build the light and dark buff bars. So you need one spammy skill or one trusty dark and light buff builder skill. But the Sharpshooter is pretty strong, regardless of what relic. You can play a Sharpshooter without a relic and it can still feel strong. You can play a Disc Mage without the relic skills and it can still feel strong. And the same I can tell about the Railmaster. When it comes to the Forged, I think only the melee Forged can be strong without a single point in the relic. Of course you never want to build it without a single point in the relic, because you're just losing a ton of potential DPS. But if you want to make one, you're definitely not gonna wanna make it with a ranged Forged. Most likely you would want a melee Forged if you're making Forged. You can make a Slammer build, you can make a Flamethrower car build without putting points into the relic, and it's still gonna feel strong. Of course not super strong, but still strong enough. And the Sharpshooter has some decent skills: targeted strikes, explosive arrow, tight grouping, scatter shot. Fun skills. Onslaught not so much, because it has very low range. Unreasonably low range on Onslaught.
You can't carry anymore.
The build you saw was the most popular. I don't try to watch other people's builds, but yeah, I know about and I know about certain builds that can do up to level 241, 251, and yeah, 8 points in Forged makes sense. It makes sense for such a build, but that's a Forged problem. That's not a problem about the relics being too strong. It's a problem about the Forged being a little bit too weak. The Forged is currently getting reworked. And the Forged is great for survivability. And if you want to make a relic only build, the Forged is nice. So the guy probably had 4 points. Maybe he had 1 point into Sonic Pulse, maybe 1 point into Power Projection, and maybe he had some points into Vent Vortex Bomb, most likely. You would want at least 4 points into Vent Vortex Bomb to get that extra damage reduction. And that extra double, let me quickly switch to Forged over here. I'm gonna share my screen. So let's say he was like that, Flaming Destroyer Forged. So probably he had 1 point into Power Projection, maybe 1 point into Sonic Pulse. Although I think 4 points into Sonic Pulse would be nice. And most likely he had something like this. 4 points here to get the tier 2 bonus. And that's 6 points. I mean, you can put some more points as well. And thank you very much, Jedi Pimp. Thank you very much, Jedi Pimp. Jedi Pimp is my buddy from the hood for tipping 420. And Jedi Pimp, by the way, my new case arrived today. The Fentex case we talked about. But again, I'm probably not gonna get the other parts until the middle of the month. And thanks very much for the tip, Jedi. Right in the feels, right in the feels. But yeah, about this Forge, probably would want Vent Vortex Bomb for the double armor and for the extra damage reduction. And then you would want Power Projection for the extra defense, which is also, this armor refers to defense. And you would want this for the extra damage. The rest you can put into that. So you might even make it, instead of 8 points Forged, you can make it 6 points Forged. Because you can one-tap this, and this is gonna give you the tier 1 bonus because of the extra plus 2 points from the set. And with this one you can get the extra plus 2 points from the set and get the tier 1 bonus for the stun. And yeah, this one I would ideally make it like this, because I like the bombs from Vortex Bomb. And that would be 10 points. And then you can put this here, and you can put this here, and maybe you can go for Blazing Pillar here. And then you can probably put this here. And then how many more points? You can put this here, and you can put this here. And what's missing? And this one. That's 45 points. And you can maybe get Nimble Flames. That's 55 points. And maybe you can put Cloak of Flames like this. And again, you can remove those points here and just keep it at 4 points. And max this one out if you want. And maybe reduce this one by 1 point. There's ways to do it. There's ways to do it. But I wouldn't enjoy playing such a build as much, honestly. I wouldn't enjoy playing such a build as much. But it's doable. It's definitely doable. Alright, let's remove this and go back into the game. But yeah, just a Forged problem. Forged is getting reworked. Forged is getting reworked. They've already confirmed that they're working on changing the Forged greatly. Well, we'll see how much, whether it's going to be greatly or not, but they're doing a major rework on it. Railmaster got a rework. Dusk Mage got a rework of its mechanics. So the Railmaster got an endurance rework. Dusk Mage got a buff bar, harmonic form rework. Now let's see what they're gonna do with the forged, and how this will shift the build diversity.
Your pet is back.
Okay, let's see, what should I do? Boom Room Infamous? No, I'm not gonna do. Actually, let's do it. Let's do Boom Room Infamous. It's goblins. It's gonna give me fame for contracts for gear. Let's see if I missed some messages. Cody says, yeah, I think that looks more or less like this build. I think he also had 1 point in co-launch for the extra vent, and I believe he used Rapid Strike. Well, the way I would do it is, let me show you the way I would do that build to be better. Damage to burning enemies. People are saying it doesn't work, but when it works, it probably would be better to put points into Furnace Blast. So let's remove the points from here and make it 6 points. Maybe I would put 4 points here. 25% damage to burning enemies. This would apply to the damage of anything else. Like it could be Vortex Bomb, it could be Blazing Pillar, it could be Summoning Smash. That would apply extra damage to burning enemies. I wouldn't vent with co-launch, I would vent with Vortex Bomb. Because it's just a better vent skill in my opinion. It pulls the enemies closer, it could give you damage reduction, it gives you that extra armor. Another thing I would consider is see, this one damage with vent skills, unless you're going full on Vortex Bomb tier 3, you don't need the damage with vent skills. By the way, am I sharing my screen? I'm not sharing my screen. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. So 4 points Furnace Blast to the damage to burning enemies, which people are reporting doesn't work, but when it does work, that would be better. And 6 points Cloak of Flames should be more than enough instead of 10 points. And then one tapping this one tapping this one. I think instead of putting this many points here, you might consider putting the points here for extra cooldown on Sonic Pulse. So if I take 3 points away, I'm losing 15% Relic Energy Charge. If I put the points here, that gives me 10% Relic Energy Charge, so I'm losing 5%, but it gives me cooldown on Sonic Pulse, which would result in more damage overall. So it's worth losing that 5% Relic Energy Charge if it can give me cooldown. How much cooldown is that? From 13.5 seconds it goes to 11.2 seconds on something that lasts for 6 seconds. So I do think this is worth a gamble. Removing points from Energizer and putting them into Sonic Pulse. So yeah, there's ways how this can change. If he's using a chance to burn weapon, he doesn't need this. And he can just put 1 more point here, and then there's 4 more points to work with, which can go into... Oh, Ramming Robot. I can't make a build without Ramming Robot. And you would want that 10% damage to relic skills. I just wouldn't consider making a build without Ramming Robot. It's mobility, it's a lot of other things, such as avoiding stuff, like its survivability. So that's more like what I would consider doing. So this would be more like it for a relic only build, because you get this. You can use Vent Furnace Blast if you want to vent, but I'm only using it for the passive, or you can use this one to vent for the armor. In general, I think this is probably a more fun and better suited option. In fact, you might even want to consider putting 4 points into Fracking Strike for the cooldown reduction to further make Sonic Pulse more spammy. But yeah, when I start working on Forged, when they rework it, that's when I'm gonna start making more Forged builds. For now, I'm staying away from Forged, so I don't have to rework my builds later. So let's say I make a build in a week from now, and then 2 weeks from now, 1 week later, or 2 weeks after that, they rework the Forged. I'm gonna go and have to go on my website and go on my YouTube video and add a comment under the YouTube video, or add some text on my website that the Forge has been reworked and this doesn't work like this anymore, and to consider doing this or that. So I'd rather avoid this and avoid confusing people who are watching a video before a rework. So I'm gonna be patient. I'm not in a rush to make Forged builds. When it's reworked, when I know it's gonna stay the way it is for at least a little while without major changes, then I'm gonna start making builds with it. But yeah, this one is an interesting choice I can suggest to you if you want Flaming Destroyer Forged with not that many points, but still doing heavy investment into the relic tree rather than the quest trees. And Grimjoe says, do you know if they are going to buff Cold Heart? Well, I don't know, but I really hope, because Cold Heart is the most underwhelming relic. There's 3 good skills and 1 good passive. There's Snowstorm, which kind of has a broken tier 3 bonus right now. There's Ice Shield, amazing skill. I can't wait to play Ice Shield with the new items, with the new set items that they added. And then there's Cold Front, which is also definitely great. Cold Front, but Cold Front doesn't do much damage, honestly. And actually no, definitely no. I don't want HP, I want defense. This is a good item, but if only instead of HP it had defense, and instead of HP it had more defense to certain element, and then it had a socket. Because the damage with Flamethrower and the crit chance are amazing. It would have been a DPS boost for this build. Let's get this one. Come on, there we go. But I'm not sure if Jedi Pimp is still watching, but wouldn't mind hearing from him if he's planning on getting Godfall, because I will be. I'm actually gonna be making some content for Godfall tomorrow. Today after my stream, after my dinner, I will start collecting some information from the developers, from their website, from official videos, and tomorrow I will make 1 or 2 videos about certain things Godfall related. To anyone on my channel who is considering getting the game, who's not sure, who's on the fence, just wants to know more about the game, or even for people who have no idea what Godfall is, it might have fallen under their radar. So it's good to let people know about this upcoming game. It's exclusive for the PS5 and for the Epic Store, so not everyone would want to get it. I know some people don't like the Epic Store for various reasons, and Xbox players obviously won't be able to get because it's a PS5 exclusive. But it has some serious requirements, I'm not sure even how I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna have to run it on WoW. Or medium. Some things could be medium. The GPU is where I'm not strong enough when it comes to Godfall. But eventually I will save up for the newest, the best AMD card. Regardless how many months it takes, we will save up and get that one for my streams. And just such a bargain for the price they're asking for Ati's best new gen card. Like 33% cheaper than the best Nvidia card. For a performance that at certain times could beat Nvidia's best card. I think Nvidia's card is definitely not 33% better performance for that 33% price. Actually, it's 50% the price. If you look at it that way, Nvidia's card is 50% higher than the price of ATI. Because $999 versus $1,499, and it's definitely not 50% stronger in performance for that price. So if you look at it that way, yeah, AMD kind of they kind of won this year. They won this year, and there's room to grow. There's room to grow for super or whatever they want to call their versions. And there's probably gonna be Titanium, 3090 Titanium from Nvidia. But how much are they gonna charge for a 3090 Titanium? They're already charging 1.5k for a 3090. So this is kind of I don't know how they can recoup from this other than reducing the price to make people, or they're just maybe they're thinking Nvidia fanboys will be Nvidia fanboys and buy Nvidia, and ATI Radeon fanboys will be buying Radeon. But I'm a person that's in the middle. Whatever gives me the better performance for the price ratio, that's what I'm gonna go for. I used to be Nvidia fanboy, but man, this is making me reconsider Nvidia this year, this generation, as an upgrade option. Unless I want to go for 3070, which I decided not to. I'd much rather save for the better option. The same way I was an Intel fanboy, but now I'm using AMD. Because they're just giving me a very nice price per performance. But yeah, I guess the tables turn sometimes with technology. Let's see if I missed some chat after this monster. I'm gonna check the chat. Cozy said, alright, that looks a bit interesting. Have they said anything about fixing 25% to burning enemies? They haven't said anything about the 25% to burning enemies getting fixed. I hope they do though. I hope they do fix it. But yeah, with that setup I showed you, 10% extra damage to relic skills and 25% extra damage to burning enemies. This is 35% extra damage with your relic skills to burning enemies. And once that's fixed, you would see some improvements, some better results with that setup there. Oh, I forgot to slow it for extra 65% damage. Where did it go? I keep forgetting to slow before using flamethrower car and made this fight take much longer than it needs to. Alright. Not so bad. What's the time? 8:29 p.m. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream for another hour and a half until 10 p.m. Normally I would go until 10:30, but I'm gonna stop around 10 p.m. because I'm getting hungry, and hour and a half more I can probably wait until it's feeding time. 70 contract levels uncollected. I'm getting close to yet another 100 contract collection spree. Let's do this boss fight, by the way. Let's do strong tusk.
Your pet has returned.
Come on, strong tusk. Oh yeah, I need to make my train. Okay, slow, this and now this. And boom, he's invulnerable now. Am I targeting him or the... I can't see what I'm targeting. I'm trying to target the pure, but the pylon is right underneath him, so it's very hard to target it. Okay, there we go. That worked. Okay, now this is a bit easier because I can actually target the pylon. Come on. There we go. Nice. Boom. Oh yeah, the pet needs to take this. As for that leg armor, I'm probably gonna check it somewhere in the storage if I find room for it.
Your pet has arrived.
Well, I'm not gonna keep this Berserk Crusher. Can't wait for them to fix the legendary items. Right now, legendary items cannot get certain affixes, like, for example, this fire damage I've got in the middle of my sword. You cannot get it on a weapon right now. It could be fire, ice, any type of flat damage that you can get on blue items, on blue weapons. You cannot get it on legendary. Or another example would be the flat damage on chest. This flat damage and this percent damage I get. The fire damage, that's defense, never mind. But the percent fire damage you can't get on a... You can't get it on a legendary. And the same goes for this FWAT Physico and FWAT any other element. You can't get it on a legendary right now, but you're supposed to. You're supposed to be able to get this. So once this gets fixed, it's gonna open up a lot of variety with fully equipping legendary gear on your build. And this is where I say it becomes boring at Angered Ancestors. Not a fan of the Angered Ancestors, the way it works right now. I would much rather see the map, the game spawning. I would rather see the game with Angered Ancestors spawning some random skeletons every few seconds or so. That don't give you XP, but and don't give you items, but attack you and that you can kill. Instead of this annoying, boring skeleton that constantly keeps following you around and swallowing you. So let's say I'm fighting and then boom, I see some skeletons spawning next to me that don't give me XP, don't give me items. But I have to kill. Oh wait, I'm missing my train. Let's see. I'm gonna go this way now. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. Come on, there we go. Well, this one's a little bit tricky. I guess he's got a lot of HP. It's 130% extra. Oh, wait, we've got mail? What is this mail about? Let's see. I wanna see what they mailed us. Is that some new trick or treat kind of thing? Left over? Let's see. Legendary gear gift. Oh, okay. Legendary gear gifts. Could it be some of the new set items? I'm gonna check what it is. Let's just try and kill everything around us. So everyone just got legendary gear gift bundles. Let's see this. Okay, okay. It would be fun if I got a third centrifugal demolisher. Flamethrower car. Okay, that's a contender for changing my current item. Yeah, I can change my current one and I'm gonna lose a little bit of defense, but I can switch between the arc powered and the woods beast depending on what enemies I'm fighting. For extra gear work. Drat neckband without attack speed and without cooldown. Yeah, no thanks. Okay. Maybe let's do it like this so I don't lose some stuff. I'm gonna put those in the storage later. But that was a nice surprise. Was it 5 bundles or 6? I think it was 5 bundles or 6, anything like that. Definitely a nice surprise. Totally unexpected. I'm assuming everyone has gotten one of those and those 5 legendary or 6 legendary bundles. I didn't count it. Yeah, Mr. Ransu, I did get 6 legendary gearbacks in the mail. I'm not sure if you wrote this comment after I opened them or before, but yes, I actually did get it. Everyone supposedly got it. I'm gonna check on Discord if they wrote anything about it. Announcement. Some players lost rare gear bundles in the most recent Gear and Goblins update. We were unable to recover them, but have sent out 5 legendary gear bundles to help replace them. We apologize for the loss. These multiplayer mailbox gifts expire on November 17th, 2020 at 10 AM. I'm assuming Pacific time. Should be Pacific time. So you better use them. You better use them and open them now, or before the 17th. Otherwise, they're gonna expire. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's a nice way of handling people losing gear bundles. Give the bundles to everyone. It's not a competitive game, so I don't care if everyone gets the gear or just the people who lost it. And I don't think anyone else should really mind if everyone is getting the gear or not. It's pretty nice, everyone getting free gear. And I got one good item out of those that I can use right now for when fighting goblins, so it's not that bad. For me, damage with flamethrower car right now is a better priority, higher priority than flat damage. Even though it only boosts flamethrower car, it's still a better boost than the flat damage. Alright, let's go here. I don't think there's any more spawns, so let's move on. I'm gonna try and group them up together, all 3 greeny greens. That one there doesn't seem to wanna follow. Come on, shaman boy. They're pretty badly placed. I can't attack all of them with the same skill, so maybe I can try and focus one of them. Alright, pretty nice. Oh, and there's two more? No, one more. Alright, there we go. This one's done. Oh, the pet is full. Well, I'm gonna do something. Pet. Go sell. Anything we missed here?
Your pet is back.
Okay, we can move on. Can't move. I got stuck. Yeah. Before I go to the boss fight, I want to clear every single room here. There's just too many uniques. Alright, there we go. No, we can keep going now. Where's my train? Is it behind me? Oh, one more is coming. Get me face tanking. This build is so face tanky. It may not do much damage, but the face tanking is real. And that's even without using shield car. With shield car, the face tanking would be to the max. Okay. Wait, do I even have this? Let's check. Maybe I might not have it. I'm pretty sure I have Equinox Conqueror for armor. But just in case. Yeah, I think I've had it. Okay. That's very decent base. 5.3k. Oh no, actually no socket. Never mind. It's shit. Okay, let's see what's happening. We get the automaton boss. Oh no! Ah, fuck! Why? Why did I misclicked. I didn't want to click there to leave. Now that's two extra unnecessary voting screens. Well, bleed doesn't stack, but there used to be another type of bleed that used to stack, and you could not sure if that still exists, but you could get one type of bleeding that has one stack only, and then another type of bleed that goes up to 4 stacks. And I'm not sure how the bleed from Dance of Death works right now, whether it still has 4 stacks like it used to, or whether it's different. Because you can see right now I've got 2 stacks of bleeding. Or maybe that's the seconds, that's not the stacks maybe. Yeah, it's not 2 stacks, it's just the seconds. So yeah, it doesn't seem to stack. Poison stacks 3 times, bleed and fire in burning stack 1 time. And they've removed the extra bleed that we used to have on the old Dance of Death, where you could have 4 stacks of the old bleed with another 1 stack of the regular bleed. Do you have 3 bleeds on the same target, or one negates the other? No, it just reapplies. You don't have separate bleeds on the target. You have the same bleeding on the target, and when you bleed the target again, it just resets the timer. It reapplies the bleeding. So if it's for 3 seconds, it's gonna reapply it and it's gonna reset the timer to 3 seconds. Like this, see 1, 2, 3 at the top. This is seconds. This is not the stacks. The stacks would show up in a different way. I'm gonna try and show you with chance to poison, so you can see what the stacks look like when it stacks. So this, you're gonna see now what it looks like when it stacks the thing. You see the poison. I'm gonna try and get it to stack multiple times. You see now how it says X2 at the top, X2. That means 2 stacks, 3 stacks. Do you see X3 at the top on the dummy? That's what it would look like if it were to stack. And what else did Julian stack? What? Not stack. Say what did he say? Let's read.
Your path has returned.
Chance to bleed on weapon, then on spinning blade, then on pickaxe. So basically, the chance to bleed on weapon and on spinning blade and on pickaxe, what you do get is the damage is additive. So let's say on a weapon, I've got 40% chance to bleed, and then on spinning blade, I've got. Let's say I've got 40% chance to bleed for 60% weapon damage, and then I have this one that bleeds for 45% physical damage. What's gonna happen is this will become from 45 to 105 with the other 60% weapon damage. So this one here, this is chance to bleed enemies for 50% weapon damage. So I'm gonna try and show you something with the weapon. Let's try and find a weapon with chance to bleed. I'm not sure I've got one, but I want to try and show you to explain it the best way I can explain something like this. If I don't have a chance to bleed weapon, then I'm not going to be able to explain it, but the damage is additive. The chance gets added. If you have 30% chance, it's gonna get added to the other percent chance. And if you have 30% damage, it's gonna get added to the other percent damage. Hopefully I have somewhere a bleeding chance weapon. Although most likely I don't. Which is kind of a sad story, honestly. Okay, let's just check the legendary items. Maybe there's bleeding on one of them. Although I doubt it. Okay, I'm probably gonna get another weapon from a bundle now. Hopefully I get something with chance to bleed. But yeah, I've demonstrated it before, and the easiest way to demonstrate it is to get the weapon with the element and then remove my points from the passive to show you. So anything with chance to bleed? No. 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 I don't think legendaries can get the chance to bleed right now. They seem to be bugged and not getting certain affixes. Okay. Okay, I wanted to click on this one. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Well, oh, there we go. No, this is poison, burn, and shock. This is not gonna work. It sucks. I mean, the one element I need to show you I can't get, but let's try it. Can I get lucky with this bundle? Chance to burn. Well, unlucky. Chance to burn. I can try and collect some gear bundles so I can show you. Chance to burn. It's gonna drop something with bleed. There we go, chance to bleed. You got it. So I'm gonna demonstrate it in a very easy way to understand what I mean. With the use of respecking. With the use of respecking. So first you wanna pay attention to the stats over here. You see what it says? Bleeding chance 71%. But why 71? My weapon is only 46% chance. Well, this 46% chance is getting added to the other chance. Right now it's kind of bad to demonstrate this because the stats don't reset when you remove items, but you know that this passive gives you 25%. So this 25 and the 46 results into 71%. And the bleed damage is 106%. Why 106? This is 55.6. So this is 55%. And this one is 50%. So see, it's doing 3600, 3400, 3400. If I remove a point, this should go down, right? This should go down by some. We should get that 50% weapon damage out of the equation. So instead of 3.4, 3.6k damage, it should do less when it bleeds. 3000. Okay, that was the one I wanted to show you. So the lowest number I can get now. It's a little bit broken because right now damage over time seems to be kind of very inconsistent. See, it's doing 3800, 3000, and now 2500. And this is what I think in general you need to kind of stay away from dots for a while. Because look at that, 3800, 3800, and that's the broken damage. If I were to put points into this again, I should get more than this 3800. I should get 4000 something. See, I'm getting 5000, 7000. 7,000. That's what I wanted to show you. See, now I'm getting double the damage roughly of this. So hopefully now you understand very easily what's happening there with those things. The chance is additive and the damage is additive, but it's a same single damage over time debuff, same single element on the enemy. Nixon bound blade. Well, not everything, but when it comes to damage over time, yes. The duration is additive. The weapon damage of the strength of the bleed or other damage over time is additive, and so is the chance. And no worries, I love explaining things like that. I love explaining certain things about science and how certain things work to the Struck Co-op members. Although maybe I shouldn't use the word members because that means different thing, but okay. Did we get Hivit? Now that we've got Hivit, either of those is an okay choice. I'm gonna stay with Dark Power because it's stronger. And you can get chance to bleed, chance to shock, chance to burn, chance to poison on gauntlets as affix. I think only on blue ones. I haven't seen it on legendary ones, but I think you can get it on blue ones for sure. Unless they removed it, but they shouldn't have. But it only goes up to like 10, 12, 15% when it's on gauntlet, and it's just an additive only to the chance. It's not gonna give you chance to bleed for X seconds for X damage. It's only gonna give you increase to the chance, nothing much, nothing else on gauntlets. But the affix does exist there. Okay, my train is missing. Come on. Oh, come on. Drop that thing. Alright, nice. What's the time now? 9:03 p.m. Okay, probably around an hour, and then I'm gonna have to stop and go have dinner before it's too late. But yeah, tomorrow expect my stream to be a little bit later than today, because I'm planning on making some content for Godfall. So there's still gonna be a stream. It's just gonna depend on how long it takes me to make the videos and how many videos I make as well. It depends how much information I can find about the game. We're gonna try and gather all sorts of information that's available online, and separate it into shorter videos, easy to digest, to watch. Want one for the skills and build diversity, and one for the items at first. Those are the two I'm planning on making tomorrow, because that's things that I'm really interested about, and while researching might as well share my findings with everyone regarding the itemization and the build diversity and everything like that.
You can't cast that.
Let's see.
You can't use that skill. Cast that here.
And burst it. The second burst was more effective than the first burst, which was weird. I'm pretty sure the first burst also had invulnerability and swore quite to the enemy for the 95% extra damage. But Marvin says that when he uses flying picks, it shows two different bleeding icons. I think that might be a separate bleed. Maybe that's a separate bleed. Yeah, there's two separate bleeds. And unless it's a boss, I can't check it. So flying picks bleed seems to be separated from the other one. Which is nice. That's pretty nice. That means you can stack two different bleeds. Not sure if that's intended though. It might be intended, it might not be. In any case, good to know. Thanks for sharing this, by the way.
Greetings, insignificant one.
See what else can we get here.
What will it be? Well chosen.
Oh, unique infamous, nice. And it's goblins, even better. So since it's goblins, I'm gonna use this armor. My pet's back to begging for food. It's too early for him to eat. Oh, he has something on his tail. Something dirty on his tail. I didn't see this. I was just stroking him, and then when my hand touched his tail, I felt something. I'm not sure what it is. I'm gonna check it later. Maybe he brushed himself somewhere next to something that he shouldn't. Oh, Neku stick, yes. I've been waiting for this Neku stick all my life. If you can't get a Sneko stick a day, then you're not farming hard enough. You gotta get at least one Sneko stick every day, otherwise it's not real farming. Let's see. Alright, there we go. Give me that quest item. A Sneko stick a day keeps the bad RNG. No, actually it keeps the good RNG at bay. Come on. Shimtiki. Shimtiki. I can probably give my pet a little bit of food after this map so he can stop begging. Just a few nibbles so he can think we fed him and stop trying to beg. Sky, come here. Sky, come here. See, after this map I can give him a little bit of food. Even though he ate like 3 hours ago, maybe 2 hours ago. Let's see, any uniques, any uniques? No uniques. I was stroking him again. Almost got myself killed. Ah, there we go. Unique. I almost missed this one. Maybe he was a late spawner. Okay, let's see. Every time I say Sneko stick, some poor guy gets one as a drop instead of his set item. Alright, how many times should we say Sneko stick today? What about every time when someone else says Sneko stick, I get something that's not one of the new set items. In fact, I'm wondering how I still haven't gotten a single one, even though I've opened a ton of these legendary gear bundles today, including the new ones. from the mail. It must be some pretty rare chance to get those. Alright, I'm gonna go and feed my pet. I'm gonna quickly put the BRB screen on and run some short ads if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you can't see ads. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly feed the pet because he's not gonna stop meowing if I don't. So I'm gonna do 60-second break and be right back. Come, Sky, come. Say hello, Sky. There. Okay, I'm back. I wanted to clean whatever this was on his tail. Not sure how. Maybe he was somewhere in the kitchen and something fell, or something was on the ground, or ground on the floor. It was something weird, like food, some sort of food that ended up on his tail. In any case, yeah, thanks for watching. For waiting. Thanks for waiting. Let's go do some more Fazir. We've got some more time. At least the pet has been fed. And yeah, this probably says get the hell out. It sounded like move this mic away from me, or move me away from the mic, human, give me food. Now.
What will it be? Seen it before.
What should we do?
You say that now. I could do that.
Just wondering which map I can do. Next gear Wookie.
You're up to the challenge?
Anchored Infamous, Extreme Close-Up Infamous.
Think they made it
Huh.
for that one?
Well, no uniques Infamous, so I think there was something around here that I wanted to do.
So decisive. You're up to the challenge?
Crit chance versus bleeding enemies. I wanna do this one. It's a good synergy for me. And Julien says, do you know if the 100% crit chance on frozen mobs with frozen... No, it doesn't work, it's bugged. It's bugged. Crit chance right now is capped at 40%. There's nothing in the game that can go over this cap. Even the supposedly fixed Glow's Visage on the sharpshooter, I think even this still cannot go over the crit chance cap. I haven't played since they fixed that Ghost Visage skill to see if it can go over the 40% crit chance cap. But yeah, after they introduced the crit chance cap, because there wasn't one before, they broke a lot of things, and the Snowstorm tier 3 bonus is one of those things that got broken. Ghost Visage tier whatever, Ghost Visage, another thing that got kind of broken, that it can't go over 10%. I mean, I understand why they would want a crit chance cap, because people were just going for crit damage and stacking crit chance and crit damage all the time. There were some very strong setups, especially with Ghost Visage. You could get 100% crit chance if you get 50 and then get the 50 from Ghost Visage. You could always crit before. So I'm not sure how and when they're gonna fix it, but they did mention that they're working on some sort of way to let us use certain skills and things to go over the 40% crit chance cap. Maybe they still don't have the tech coded, the thing that would allow us to go over the cap. I really hope Snowstorm gets fixed soon, because it's such a fun skill, and this tier 3 bonus would be amazing for some freezing builds. I would consider stacking chance to freeze on my weapons and using Cold Front tier 2 and using other things that let me freeze for such a build, for build centered around this 100% crit chance versus frozen enemies. I really want this to get fixed soon. Yeah, bosses are immune to frozen, but champions aren't. Champions can still be frozen. But yeah, it's kind of annoying with that immunity, and Greasy Adam wants me to give Sky a petting. Well, when he's back into the room, because he went outside, I wouldn't mind giving him a petting. I'll remember. But yeah, auto attack, sharpshooter, bow build, and yeah, it's definitely gonna whack damage. With Cold Heart, without Cold Heart, it's gonna whack damage. Because right now, basic attack affixes are broken. Unless it says basic attacks to bow, you're not gonna get extra damage. Because, as I said earlier today, what's probably happening in the Unreal Engine in the blueprint for those affixes, they're missing some sort of property that connects those affixes to every basic attack skill. Because basic attacks are skills in this game. So you see the affixes that boost basic attack to bow, basic attack to mace, basic attack to railhammer, etc. is connected to the skill, to the basic attack for that type of weapon. But the general basic attack boost, like let's try and find something. The general basic attack skill, such as let's see if there's anything I can show you. This one, bonus damage to basic attacks. This one needs to be connected to every single basic attack skill for every single weapon, and this is missing, this link that connects this affix to those skills. So let's see. But this is another thing that hopefully gets fixed soon, because it's gonna be great when it does. Okay, let's try and find some more stuff to kill. on, come on.
Cast that spell here. You can't do that here. You can't use that skill. You can't use that skill.
And not only is the basic attack affix broken, the passives from certain skills are sometimes working, sometimes not. For example, I would do a map, and then I would go back to my fort and attack my dummy, and the extra damage from that basic attack skill, the 30% that every class can get from one of the skills tier 2 bonuses, wouldn't add. Then I would unspec and I would do the exact same damage, and then I would spec again into the same one and start doing that extra 30% damage. And then if I do another map and return to my fort, it's not gonna be doing that extra damage until I unspec one point to remove that skill and then spec it again to get that skill again. So yeah, basic attack right now, in general, those basic attack builds are pretty gimped. This one as well, the build I'm playing right now, it's not gonna do much damage from those basic attacks, unfortunately. So I'm just using the basic attacks to just generate energy rather than for damage as well. But something that does work is the relic passive basic attack damage. This 50% basic attack damage, actually, yeah, this basic attack damage 50% does work. And it's making this from 110 to 165. Weapon damage. Yeah, you can stay away from auto attack builds unless you're stacking damage to bow, damage to mace, damage to railhammer, damage to put weapon type here. Unless you're stacking those types of affixes, it's gonna be just, oh, look at this guy. We should make a meme out of this zombie, like for example, when the new graphics cards are out. This zombie.
That spell can't be cast. That spell cannot be cast.
When the floor is lava. think of meme captions for this guy. Caption this guy. I'm gonna give you some time to caption him. What would be a suitable caption as a meme to that zombie? Oh yeah, it's definitely hard to keep track of all the bug skills. As bad as it sounds, it's the truth, so kind of that's how it is. Let's see. And yeah, you are definitely welcome with all that info. You're using the level 2 scatter shot for 50%, but the scatter shot is damage to ranged attacks, so maybe this works. See, the scatter shot one, you have to test it. Remove 1 point and see if your damage changes. Test it on the dummy, because it's damage to ranged attacks, it's not damage to basic attacks. It's damage to ranged basic attacks. And that's what I meant to say. Ranged basic attacks. The same way, the tier 3 bonus of explosive arrow gives you extra explosions for your next ranged attacks, which does seem to work whilst I tried it, unless it got broken with this patch. But it was only to ranged attacks. Oh, actually, that one was, I think, with bow. That one, I think, only specified bow, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, that scatter shot thingy, that passive is 50%, but it's not to any weapon. You have to use a specific weapon to get it. Whereas other heroes give you 30% extra damage, but to any weapon you use. So you're not forced to use a certain weapon only. Okay, we're getting close to the boss. I was wondering what was happening. My flamethrower car was a bit far from the enemies, and I was wondering where's the damage, where's the damage? Well, the flamethrower car was not within range. And yeah, that explains why it was nowhere to be found. And the shocking rounds basic attack damage is exactly one of those things I talked about. It is the thing that I tested that was broken. See, I go into the map and I return from the map, and then my basic attack does shitty damage. And then I remove 1 point from shocking rounds to lose that bonus, and then I do the same shitty damage. Then I put 1 point into shocking rounds, and then I do more damage. And then if I go and do another map and I return, I'm gonna do the shitty damage again. I'm not sure whether it works in the map. I've only tested it in the fort, and maybe it's broken only in the fort. I'm not sure how exactly it's broken, but it's weird that it works for a while and then stops after I return. It's not that difficult to test certain things though. You can just remove that 1 point with one respectacle, start hitting the dummy and then put that point back. And then after you return from a map, start hitting the dummy, remember the damage you did before to see if the bonus is broken now. I think it bugs once you return from a map, and I'm not sure whether once you're inside the map it's broken or not. Maybe as soon as you load into a map it gets broken. Maybe it works in the map but not inside the fort. I don't know what's happening because I haven't tested it inside of a map, but maybe I should. Maybe I should test it inside of the map to see whether it's gonna do the same damage it does. Electric crit damage and burn duration. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of those maybe. Maybe just keep them for now. Just wondering what to get rid of. Let's get rid of this. Okay, we've got like half an hour more. Let's see for that half an hour what to do.
Your pet is back.
You say that now.
Okay, can I get something like a better map?
You say that now. Well chosen.
So many gauntlets map, and when I'm trying to level up, they are nowhere to be found.
Just finished taking up the graphics on that level. Think they made a cutscene for that run? Again?
There was something good here.
What will it be? I mean, what could go wrong? Oh, look!
What's my armor? The goblin one? Yeah, the goblin one. And Julien, enjoy your food if you're still watching and listening. Bon appetit. Okay, first elites encountered, boom. There we go. Come on, no elites, really? Really? Where did all the elites go away in this map? I need to kill some goblins for pancake, so let's just do some goblin killing now. Let's make Goblin Slayer Sama pretty proud of us. Speaking of Goblin Slayer Sama, I'm wondering when they're gonna make the new season of that show. It was pretty gritty. I like gritty animes. I like some proper seinen with some blood and chopping limbs and stuff. They did release that OVA, and since then it's been silence. I'm wondering whether they're working on the new season, whether it's coming this year or next year. Come on, come on. Come on, oh finally. go. Finally started spawning some elites. We're getting close to the boss room. Oh wait, there's this there. And boom. Oh no, not boom yet. Sometimes there's some delay. After I press a skill, it doesn't cast it until like half a second or a second later. And it's just because there's like a queue of animations and it doesn't start using the next skill until it's done using the animation of the previous one. There we go. Yeah, this build is pretty interesting and fun to play. It's definitely not high damage build, mediocre damage build, but man, the survivability is amazing. So much healing. Okay. Oh, damage with flamethrower current 2 times block chance. So this would be very nice on a build with the flaming destroyer, where you get evasion from the skills and you stack block chance from gear. You can get a shield for like 15, 20, and then this one, and then you're close to 40 with that one item. But you're gonna sacrifice a lot of defense to get this one equipped, especially without a socket. Come on. Come on. Diglips, sower of fish. Interesting name. soiler of fish. Okay, there we go. Boss time. Oh, Rabbit2 says, always on live. Welcome back, Rabbit2. And he says, now I'm level 36 and I've got 5 pieces Celestial. 5 pieces Celestial at 36. You must be very lucky. Did you open your legendary gear bundles, the ones that they gave you from the mail? If you haven't, make sure you click on the mail box and get those 6 legendary gear bundles that they gave everyone. By the way, you don't have to wear the full Celestial set. If something better drops, you can put one of the items in the Legendarium. As long as you wear 3 pieces, it's fine. You see how I'm doing it. I'm wearing helmet, powderons and boots right now of the Cosmic set. And then I've got the chest equipped in the Legendarium, and it's still getting the bonus because I'm still wearing 3 pieces of that set. So if you outlevel one of those items and you wanna put something with better defense or better other stats, you can just put that one piece that you're replacing in the Legendarium and still get its bonus. Right. Next.
Hey, if it isn't all what's their name? I could do that. I've got one of those at home. You know, in the bottle.
Back better influence, alright.
What could go wrong? I mean, what could go wrong? That doesn't sound so tough.
Still looking for a unique infamous. Just better check everything before I pick. 22 had berserking infamous.
Honestly, I think you could do
Corked infamous on 20.
oh so tough.
Unique harvest wookie.
Up to the challenge?
Unique goat wookie. Well,
I could do that.
no uniques infamous. So did I say 22
If you think you can take it.
for berserking infamous? Yeah, let's do this one.
Boy, that brings back memories. It's a fine time to die.
Yeah, the legendary counts is equipped like in Diablo 3, but that's a big but, and you need to have 3 of the set pieces equipped. If you don't have 3 pieces equipped, the 4th one, the other one, the one that's in the Legendarium, will not give you the full set bonus. So for example, if you equip the Celestial Chest, you're not gonna get +2 to the skills that it boosts, which I think was light skills if I'm not mistaken, and you're gonna only get +1. So make sure you have 3 pieces equipped. That's how it would work. Yeah, quick boss, sometimes quick boss might be the better option, but I prefer doing full maps to reset them. I know a quick boss could be nice, but I might end up doing not just one, but I might end up having to do 10 quick bosses. 10 quick bosses would not be very quick, but at least it gives you fame. For completing the boss, you still get some fame. So it's not like a complete waste of time. I still prefer doing a full map to reset the stuff. Because then I'm just gonna start clicking more and more and more, and imagine doing a quick boss and then checking all the maps and then not having another unique Infamous. And then doing another quick boss and then checking the maps, and all that clicking to check all the maps I've got available is gonna waste a lot of time. That's why I think we need filtering by affix. Like some sort of list of all the affixes, and you can use check boxes next to each affix, so that it could start highlighting anything that contains one or more of those affixes. I mean, the quality of life changes, of course, are something that's not priority. At least in my book, quality of life shouldn't be high priority. It should be better to just focus on adding new content first, new endgame content first. But it's definitely nice if they give us some quality of life for the first year, where we have a list of all the affixes, and then we can just click on the ones we want to get filtered, and the ones we don't want can just stay unclicked. Check boxes is very nice way to do it, or just a list of the affixes and you can click on it and it highlights it in white, or it just puts the text in gray if it's not clicked, and you just click on the ones you want. It lights it up in white text letters or yellow or whatever, something that indicates it's been selected. And then whenever you're scrolling through the maps, you're gonna see some glow around the stages that contain those maps. It will be pretty nice. That way you can skip clicking on stages that don't contain either of those affixes. Alright, let's keep moving. This room, not worth our time. Let's check the next room. Not seeing any elites, let's move. Marvin says, yeah, filtering would be great. I also wonder why some maps have like 10 uniques and some have like 4. I'm also wondering the same thing. It's some weird amount of spawning. Sometimes it could be the exact same layout, exact same design of a map, but it would spawn less than it normally does in regards to champion spawns. Rabbit2 says, I think the question was already asked, but what is the difference between defense and poison, fire and electrical resistances? Basically, there is no such thing as actual resistance in the game. It's more like defense to the element, which gives you resistance, which gives you damage reduction. So it can be called resistance, and I call it resistance as well. I'm gonna explain it in a moment. So the regular defense is physical defense, and physical defense works against any type of element. So let's say I get hit for 100,000 damage, and my physical defense is X number here, which gives me 50% damage prevented. And let's say that 100,000, let's say I have 50% damage prevented here on physical. And let's say with my poison, I'm adding up to a total of 60% damage. And let's say I get hit for 100,000 physical damage. That means I'm only gonna benefit from the 50%. Then I get hit for 100,000 poison and I'm gonna benefit from the 60%. But see, this 40,484 is included in this 48,000. So this 51,000, this 68,000 and this 48,000 is actually 40,484 plus X to get the total number. So this damage prevented is part of this, this and this. So if I were to remove this item that gives me fire, you're not gonna see the fire as high. Actually, you can't see it now because you can't see it now because it's bugged and it doesn't update live. But if I remove this 8,636, I'm gonna have like 60,000 fire. I'm gonna have 60,000 fire. If I remove this, item, that removes 14,000 defense roughly. This will reduce this one, this one, this one, and this one by 14,000. So basically, physical defense is defense against every element, and on top of the physical defense, you add the elemental defense to shock, fire, and poison to get the total defense number against those elements. I hope this kind of was explained well enough to understand it. If it wasn't, let me know. I'm gonna try and explain it again. So physical works against everything, the simple way to say it, and physical is included in the others. So defense is better. Defense is better only if you're not sure what type of enemies you're gonna fight. And Netherim and undead enemies, some undead, not all undead, are physical. Netherim enemies are always physical. You can't see an elemental Netherim for now. But undead can spawn with elemental things. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Okay. Well, should I do one last map? It's 9:57 p.m. and I need to go make some food and eat. So maybe let's go do one final map for the day. Normally I would do it until 10:30, but I'm gonna do it until like 10 something. So one final map. Let's hope I can find Unique's Infamous for the final one.
Well chosen. That makes me strangely hungry. That doesn't sound so tough. So decisive.
Well, no Unique's Infamous.
What will it be? Again?
I'm gonna do this one. But yeah, I try to strike a good balance. I try to keep my physical defense over 45% damage prevented at level 60, and I try to keep all the other at 60%. So I try to use the sockets to add poison, fire, and electric based on what's the lowest number. So if I have a lot of poison or a lot of fire, right now I have a lot of fire, so poison is my lowest. So if I had another socket here, I would add poison. If I had a socket here, here, and here, I would add one for every element on each socket by getting poison in the chest, because probably I'm gonna get the most number there, the higher number there. If I had two items with sockets, I would add one to poison, one to one to electric, because fire is my highest right now. Or you can just do second set or a third set if you have enough good drops, and eventually that's probably gonna be everyone's goal to have 3 sets, one for fire, one for electric, one for poison. And then based on what map you're doing, you're gonna be socketing the stuff differently and stacking different defenses. But yeah, good work with that without a rerolling system. If we had a rerolling system, this would be so much easier, so much more fun to go in prepared with a ton of defenses. To just stack physical and that element when going in such a map. But the thing is, you can get hit by poison and electric in a fire map, because there's Stormbringer affixes, there's Plaguebearer affixes. So even if you go in map of one element, see, this one is Stormbringer affix on a fire map with blazing. So if you see a Plaguebearer in this map, you're still gonna have all of them. So I still try to make like one good set that's all-rounder, instead of going for 3 separate ones, which is much harder to make, and sometimes it might end up not being as good due to those affixes, the Plaguebearer, Stormbringer, etc. Unless they make a coding rule, if the map is Act 1 and burning enemies, don't spawn a Plaguebearer and Stormbringer, and another rule for the other affixes as well. If the map is Act 2, don't spawn the fire like blazing and the electric ant, the Stormbringer, and the Sidicant as well for the non Act 2. It would be nice if they make such a system, but then it's gonna become pretty boring, because you're gonna be seeing only those same affixes on every map. So I think I like how it is right now. On every element map you can get every type of affix, and it's forcing you into kind of making rainbow defenses instead of focusing too much into a single type. The same way in Grim Dawn you have to max out your resistances to everything, and in other games you have to max out your resistances to everything, get as close as possible to the cap, because you better be prepared for every type of elemental damage that the game can throw at you. But if you're doing a boss fight and you know that this boss only does certain elements, then obviously it's probably better to prepare a set against those elements only. Boom. This one took a lot of damage. Okay. Let's go this way. Oh, no elites here, so I'm moving forward. No elites here either. There's probably gonna be one final elite group here, maybe. Or not. The thing about regular defense is you never can get the same numbers as on the elemental ones. But you still want at least 45% defense to everything, and maybe 60 to all the elements. I think that's pretty good number, getting 45% damage prevented or higher physical, and 60 or higher for all the other things. And that's without wife bound. You can easily reach those numbers without wife binding your armor if you're wearing blue ones. Okay, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for today. That was the final map. It's 10:05 p.m. My time, walkout time here. So I'm gonna go and have dinner. But thanks Truckweb, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for subscribing to my YouTube channel and for following me on Twitch and for all the other stuff, for the Twitch subs and everything else. Keep it cool. Until next time from me, and goodbye.